Hey guys, how yous doing? Good to see everyone again. A few of us at least. Hello Fizz, hello Vegas, hello Goldie. How are you doing? Who else have we got? Math was around before. I saw him in the chat, he was jumping in. I've got some new and pretty cool systems going for our swear jar. Yep. It's doing some cool new stuff that we haven't seen before. But maybe I'll give you guys a quick tour of that before we jump into the new stuff, because it's you saw the super secret tests. The super secret tests were for persistence. That was tests I was doing to try and get everything. Yeah, where can we sneak some right down there? I'm trying to hide our swear jar since we're using it. I figure it'd be best to put it on screen somewhere, but maybe just up here. Just up there for this scene. But yeah, so persistence, it's like saving the data in a way where it won't, like in a non-destructive way. So all the chat messages as well as the stuff that I say, it's now going to get, it's going to get kept in some files that I hope to be able to do some cool things with. Like in theory, I should be able to, hey Galaxy Fox, how you doing? Welcome to the chat, man. Good to see you. Yeah, in theory, I should be able to do some plans to do a backflip. You're here working and watching anime? That's awesome. I love when you can kind of like, you have the kind of task that you can only put like half of your attention to. I think that's like, those are good things where you can, you can unwind but still be productive. Yeah, I enjoy that kind of thing too, so that's cool. But good to see you. Good to see you, Lucario. How's the work going? Yeah, good to see you too, Galaxy Fox. I don't think I've seen your profile picture. You must have been in here way before we had this new chat system. But yep, it's coming along pretty well. You guys will notice now it has the times correct. It's getting the times correct. It's got... Oh, let's see what else. So yeah, it's really the big thing is it's saving all the stuff out to disk. So I'm hoping when cool things happen in this stream now, I'm going to be able to just like go take all of the stuff it's ever seen and be like, all right, stick this into a new, a new like chat as context for an agent, and then have it be like, okay, AI, find me the great clips in this video. And I hope that works. If that works, that'll be super cool. I reckon that'll be a really, really interesting thing if we're able to make that function. But yeah, the other thing which we're going to do is we are going to, so that's like, and kind of for now, last thing to do with SwearJar is get that running on FastV's computer. When it's up and running there, that means all the all the SwearJar systems will be there, and we'll be starting to collect records of some of the things that she says on stream, so that we can maybe make some interesting stuff with that too. I'm not really sure, but we'll figure it out. We're gonna figure it all out, and that should be pretty fun. But yeah, for now, the new main quest for me is for a fortnight. So for 2 days, starting today. I want to work on getting UEFN better. And I see you guys there in the chat on YouTube. I love that you go and help, bolster the numbers there and make people feel welcome when they join in. That's so good of you guys. I really, really appreciate it. Let me make sure I get I'm gonna put the URL there so I can still see the chats in YouTube. But we see we've got Sergi is there. And Goldie there as well. So good to see you guys. You can start to do some real testing on Fastest Stream. That's right, yeah. We had that one test where we had an environment, and I think what happened was, my team, I didn't get that, I wasn't that involved with it, but my team, they kind of like jumped into the process of building things out, and they got to the art pass, and then from there, they kind of said like, okay, go test this. And I think it shouldn't have been tested quite yet. It needed a little bit more gameplay first. Spiral, how you doing, man? And I see Combat Wombat's back. That's awesome. You're here by default. Somebody has to keep an eye on this chat. Thank you, Goldie, dude. You're always like, you are the guardian angel of this stream, and it is very appreciated. But yeah, that's very cool. So I figured, so this is going to be pretty different, guys. I've done some Unreal dev before, so I'm familiar with all of the like moving the camera around and all the things that you might need to do some like UEFN development. But one thing I haven't done a lot of, and I've done like a little bit of it, but I haven't done a lot of it, and that's Verse. And so Verse is like the custom language that Epic made in order to do Fortnite maps. And I don't know if it's a good idea or not. I feel like most of the time it might have been smarter for them to stick with something like Lua or C# or, but I guess what they're doing is like, or even just JavaScript. I know that Horizon has tried to make like this TypeScript like language thing that works quite well there as a way to like modify things, but they didn't do that. Instead, they decided to make their own language. So what we're going to be doing is learning Verse. I think to give this a little bit of a twist, I'll also be trying to probably build up a custom markdown document that I can use in order to, if the language isn't too complicated, and assuming that it can't already do it, I think having like a language reference that we use for an AI. I think you guys have seen the process that I follow already, where I go through like step-by-step guiding guiding agents to build things, where it's like you need to gather requirements, you need to build out like this and that and that and that. As we do that, I think it'll be interesting to try and use Verse as educate an AI on how to do Verse and how to build Fortnite maps, so that as we go, once we understand the basics, I want to also then try and guide the AI to do some of the features itself as well, which I think is going to be really interesting, because that's one thing to do that on like languages that are well documented, well known. But I'm very curious how well it's going to go where, it's not trained on a large body of like, hundreds of millions, if not billions of lines of C# exist out there on the internet. Like Stack Overflow has a solution to every freaking problem that you could think of. AI, it's like gone and ingested all of that, and it's turned that into knowledge that you can kind of reference while you're building things. And so when you ask it about an exception, it's seen the exception before in some sense, because it's been like off in the internet and it's like done that like research. But with Verse, I don't think that's really going to be quite so much the case. And so I'm really curious what happens when we try and approach like building things using AI and Verse. I think it's going to be a matter of like building up a big body of data and creating really clear like guides and instructions for it to use. And then we'll see if we get some decent results with it. I'm very, very curious, because one thing that I'm realizing will be very important if we're going to be successful building Fortnite maps is iteration speed. We need to be able to create a lot of content quickly. And I don't think there are pretty good guardrails inside of UEFN anyway. So hopefully if we learn it well enough and we push enough information into, structured information into agents, we'll be able to use the agents to be a bit more productive. That's what I'm hoping. I don't know if it'll be the case. I don't know if we can actually successfully take that approach, but it's going to be an adventure finding out. So yeah, it's kind of like where I'm at with this. It's like trying to figure out, not only can we learn Verse as a new language for ourselves, but can we teach an AI to learn Verse? And then how quickly can we start to, once we understand everything, can we start to build new content for Fortnite? Because as you guys know, I hang out with some cool people. They're off playing a game right now in another stream. They're playing they play a lot of good games on stream, and they all have creator codes that go really far for them, that tie into Fortnite. When we're talking about like Lufu and Ova, their audience is very, very aligned with Fortnite. So I think if we can make good content, maybe we can do games nights and stuff like that with our own custom maps. And then more than that, we might be able to actually, generate some revenue with games that we make on Fortnite. I'm really for that. I'm all for that. I think there's a lot of opportunity in this space, and I wanna get after it. So yeah, make Fortnite money. Welcome, Jess. Good to see you. Good to see you in the chat. I would love to do that, because if we can, then yeah, we can just stream making Fortnite here, which would be really cool, because I haven't been a huge custom Fortnite map player, but like the OG no builds Fortnite is like something I quite enjoy playing as well. So good eyes for seeing the Unity tank tutorial scene. Yeah, right, Goldie. It's like once you look at it, you're like, what? Did they decide to play the tanks tutorial? It's like, no, they obviously just copy and pasted that scene into. I mean, whatever. They need a lot of mini games. I can see why they might have done it. Anybody who's seen that scene before, though, will recognize it pretty quickly. Are we doing TD, FN, or TD as in tower defense, FN as in Fortnite? We're going to be doing neither, Jess. We're going to be, first of all, this is kind of going to be a bit of a like learn along with me type of a deal. Where I'm going to be trying to figure things out and learn as we go. And so if you guys are interested in not just like seeing how I learn, but seeing the process of like going from inexperience with a new programming language all the way up to like, experienced enough to build cool stuff. That's what I'm going to be trying to do over the next 2 weeks. That's really my objectives. 2 weeks of like upskilling with Verse and UEFN to the point where I'm, I feel confident enough to jump in and make some really, really cool maps quickly. That's what I want to get into the position of doing. So, yeah, it's going to be a lot of like, one thing I'm really concerned about, I've already played a lot with, just playing and learning. Exactly. So the loose objective, like the loose goal for this is going to be, so let me actually show you guys. I'll show you kind of what like we've been cooking a bit in the background at Actuator with this. So I'll show you here. I just need to pull the video up. We've got some coolness here. All right, so we've already made good progress with the art. Did they not share the video? Oh, that's going to be real annoying. Yeah, that's a shame. I'm just going to leave a message to say... So we actually are working on a bit of like a teaser trailer, but maybe it's best to wait for that. But I'll give you guys a bit of a like, have a look. We are already kind of like starting to get assets, like environmental assets and gun assets into Fortnite. And so that's going to be like a part of what this first objective is. It's like once we get the basics, we're going to recreate on point in Fortnite. We've already kind of like, you guys would have seen that we have a lot of art in the game already, but there's more that needs to do. You've seen the static map with just assets. Yeah, we're going to fill in behavior in that. So that's the next big thing with that. And so that's what I'm looking forward to doing. So let's jump on into it. I even made a new scene in OBS for this because I figure we're going to be doing a fair bit of like reading and a fair bit of like checking out documentation. So I'll be really interested to like speak out loud and think things through as I do that, and also like looking at chat as I go, because it's one thing to be coding and talking, but another thing to be like reading and reasoning. So I've never really done that before, and we're gonna see like how this goes, like learning something new on stream. It'll be interesting to see if that's interesting and entertaining and how much you guys like it. But I'm optimistic about it. So yeah. So let's jump on in. So we've got a new camera. We've got, let's see if there we go. and a new scene. How can you guys read this okay? Is this coming through large enough for people to follow along? If not, then my arch nemesis, reading documentation. Yeah, I mean, it's the arch nemesis of programmers everywhere, honestly, isn't it? But you know, if you take the time to read it, you'll actually get. It's a bit blurry, but you can read it. Okay, hold on. We can do better. This should be a bit better. It's perfectly readable. Okay, maybe Jess is reading on a potentially on a mobile phone or something along those lines. But yeah, so we've got our documentation scene, and then the other thing we've got is I should be able to swap between that and this. So this is UEFN, and we should be able to go between documentation like this and UEFN like that. I'm just wondering, should I increase the size of this documentation so that you guys can read without as much trouble? Maybe like there, about that. Let's see, and then also you've got all my little like bells and whistles, like the I'd like to have that little bit of shadow there. So there we go. Probably like that is as good as we can do. You're on a 27-inch screen. All right, gotcha, Jess. But yeah, that should be fine. I think this can work for us. So Verse here is the programming language that we get in UEFN to work with, and it's like it seems an interesting language. It looks a lot like an object-oriented language, and so I've already got a little bit going in this scene already. So let me pull that up, and we'll open up the UEFN Verse Explorer and go from there. So create a new Verse device. It seems as though everything in UEFN interacts through devices. So these devices are things you can place into the scene. If you guys have worked with Unity before, these things seem to be equivalent to like game objects. And so in order for your code to run, you need this like thing in the scene, which is a Verse device. And so if I jump across here, we've got, if I go Verse, and then Verse Explorer, this shows all the different stuff that we've already got. And I've already started with this shooting range device, manager device. So let's see. Requires Visual Studio Code. I already have, so let's see. I already have, instead of VS Code, I want to use Cursor, which is like basically the same thing. So there should be some setting in the editor preferences for this. Where is it? External tools. Fortnite editor settings. No. Unreal editor settings. So where is... Curve editor. So, set cursor to as Verse editor Unreal. It's one thing that's not good. Okay, I did. No, this is Verse code editor. That's one bad thing about the name Cursor is it creates a lot of ambiguity, right? There's a lot of like, if we hold on, that should be, if we go and look at what's actually stated in, like, sorry, if you go and search for Cursor, you're going to get things about like mouse cursors and stuff. And so naming something like Cursor is kind of, yeah, it's kind of a bit ambiguous. All right. Okay. It's, I mean, these are kind of non-answers. This is saying it's not a great idea. And I don't care if you think it's a good idea. I want to know how to do it. It's in one of these settings, I'm quite sure of it. It wouldn't be Mythic. It could be... So, where is it? If I double click this, let's see what comes up. Oh, it's just worked. Okay, cool. Why is it detecting so many errors out of the box like that? It shouldn't be doing that. So we have this, if I do a build there, okay, that's cleared the errors for us. That's good to know. These should all clear as well. But let's deal with that later. Okay. Only if it's written by a person/client that knows what they want. Sergius, you're saying it's documentation is your arch nemesis only if it's written by a person who knows what they want. And maybe ask Cursor Jesse. That's pretty funny. That's very meta. That's very meta. Okay, so let's move on with, now that we've got that running, let's move on with, so we've created a verse device. We built the verse code. We've already done this stuff like offline. Okay, so actually we've done a lot of this stuff already. I have to kind of catch up to where I was. Select the shooting range manager device in the viewport, code details. All of that is already there. Add a scoring device. Let's just compare what we have here into to what we have in the game. That's going to be, I think there's going to be a problem for me swapping constantly between this and this. Maybe we're going to just stick without going to like browsing so often. We'll be sticking like here so you guys can follow along without me having to like switch. There's a way in, there is actually a way in, there's a way in OBS to get the scene to change when the focused application changes, but I'm not going to deal with that right now. I don't think that's worth it. I'm not going to take the time to like figure that out just at this moment. So select the shooting range manager device in the viewport. In the details panel, set the value for each of the bad entities. So we're at that point here. So select the outliner. We've got our island. Shooting range device. So that, yeah, these are those instructions there. In the details panel, set the value for each to a different target. Value for each bad target to a different target enemy device. So here's our bad targets. So we've got bad targets. We need this a little bigger. 1, 2, 3. So yeah, you can see we've moved past these steps already. So set up scoring. I think we saw a score manager. This was done a while ago, so I'm kind of like catching up to where I was in what I was thinking. Okay. Oh, I tried that once, and the title of the app changes all the time in the IDE and messed it up. Right, Jess. Yeah. I think it might be possible to not use the title, but instead use the application of focus window. I think that's what I'm going to want to be doing, because then I can just like change from this to this, and we can go from like, oh look, he's coding, to like, you know, oh look, he's browsing, where I'm looking at documentation, and then I can switch like back and forth without much trouble there. But yeah, honestly, I'm quite liking the like this kind of circle aesthetic. It's a nice, you know, it's a nice contrast to the squarey, blocky stuff in the rest of the UI for the, you know, I say user interface, but it's not really user interface, isn't it? Like, is it? It's a completely different thing. It's, yeah. Okay, so setting up scoring. Add a scoring device. So here's our score manager. And then drag the score manager into the viewport. Select the score manager user options, and then the score manager user options should be open in the details panel. All right, here's our details panel. User options is open. Enable during phase gameplay only. So enable during phase gameplay only. Display score update on HUD. I believe we would have done this as well. So there's that. Yeah. Customize the scoring device with Verse. All right, this might be where we're up to because I don't remember doing this, but I do remember doing this. So this is excellent. This is excellent. Okay, add the following code to create variables for a storing reference to the score manager and score values. You can change device store values by changing the assigned values or override the default by changing the values in the details panel. All right, let's see. What file is this? Is this supposed to be in? Shooting range manager device. If we bring up our Verse Explorer, here's our shooting range manager device. Yes. All right. So I don't like how they're sticking all this in one file already. It's kind of like deviating, but we're going to follow along and we'll learn. Maybe there's good reasons for like best practice being different in Unreal from other, from other engines. The other thing I'm realizing is the most useless part of our UI is probably down to the left. So I'll get out of the way of this panel here so you guys can actually see what I'm doing there. Yeah. Okay. You're a bit in the way because that's where the settings are, but it's okay. No, I've got it pre-set up. I've got it set up, ready to go, Jess. I can jump out of the way, and then nice. Most of them wish a pint of bird's milk. And if they don't have it, they get mad. The thing is, Sergius, they can ask for a pint of bird's milk, but there's less. They tend to ask for things which are incredibly difficult rather than things which are impossible. And if you have enough time or they have enough budget, you can make almost anything happen. That's the thing with customers, Sergius. But I mean, if you're good enough, you can always go deeper. You can always add a little bit more. Yeah, I figured it out. Good, Jess, good. Yep. And I don't think I'm too in the way of this either. So that's nice. Though I might just scooch a little that way. There we go. Okay, we're going to add this. It's unfortunate. I did a little bit of research, guys, to try and figure out if Rider was something that we could use for... that we would be able to use for this, but unfortunately not. Let me push that this way so you guys can still see the code. All right, it wants this to go above where good target is, though it's missing it's missing some stuff. It's got shooting range manager. Oh, I mean, we're gonna put that here. So it's got its editable, and we're going to have to good target score. Oh, maybe I have already done this. Here's the stuff that it wants, right? Good target score, bad target score, the score manager. All right, so we have done this, but we need to double check. Bad target score. There's that. I must have gone a fair way past this. Compile your code, select shooting range, manager device in the viewport. In the details of the shooting range manager device, set score manager to the score manager device. Okay, we can do that. So in our shooting range manager device, in our shooting range manager device, set our score manager. I believe we saw that somewhere toward the top. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? shooting range manager device. We should be able to just like search this. So if we go look at our code, we should have our score manager way up the top, which I would think should translate to something like this. It's the shooting range manager device here. I'm selecting the wrong thing. There, this should be possible to set to that. All right, excellent. That's done. May I ask what tutorial you are doing and you'll play along? Absolutely, Jess. There you go. Roman, welcome, dude. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Though I'm sorry, Jess. I'm halfway into, I'm a little way into it, and I've already done a bunch of the setup. I should probably rewind all the way to the start and just fill you guys in with how to get there. I wish all good. You'll catch up. Yeah, no worries, Jess. That sounds excellent. Actually, that'd be so amazing, Jess. If you want to follow along, that would be so sick. Yeah, cool. How you doing, Romzilla? Good to see you back, man. Welcome. Welcome. Good to have you on the stream. It's been it's been not too long since you were here last. That's awesome, man. It's great that you enjoyed the stream so much that you decided to come back. Welcome. We're doing something a bit different today. We're doing Unreal Engine, not exactly Unreal Engine, UEFN development. That's what we're up to today. Very, very different kind of work from what we've been doing so far. We're going to be learning a new language, which is Verse, instead of C#, which we've done so far on this stream. But yeah, it's the start of a new adventure. Yeah, pretty chill to have you on my second monitor while working. That's sick, man. That's sick. I hope you're as interested in what we're doing today as what you saw last time. That's I would say I am let me put it this way. I have taught C# development at a university level, as a tutor for large classes of students, and I've been working with my my whole professional career. I'm trying something new today. So throughout the years I've been working, I've probably worked in, I don't know, more than 10, maybe somewhere between 10 and 15 to 20 languages. You often use different languages for what you need at the time. But I've never used Verse before. And so today we're going to be picking up a new programming language and trying that for the first time. And also working in we've done Unreal development. We haven't really done a lot of UEFN development, which is going to be a different thing. So yeah, we're going to be trying something really different today. So, welcome to the start of a journey. This is the first of 12 days that I'm going to be trying to do this. I'll be doing Fortnite for a fortnight. And welcome along, man. I'm glad to be on your second monitor while you chill out and work, man. That's awesome. So with that, we are now adding more code that it wants. Let's have a look. Okay, add the following code to update the player's score when hitting good and bad targets. You know what? I think we did all of this already on good. I mean, it's not very extensible, is it? What they've implemented here? Every target has a new freaking method for it, and the method is exactly the same. I look at this and you go why are you teaching this in your tutorials? This should be something where you have parameters, and yet maybe it's assuming that people who are doing this don't have the basics of programming down. But I would think you would have on target hit, and then you would pass in a reference to the target. But whatever, because we've got, where is it? Good target 1. This should be the parameter to a method here that goes to all of these different. Let's zoom in so you guys can see a little easier. You would think that, you would think that you'd gonna have to figure my environment out a little too, because Okay, like this, I think should be easy to read for you guys. You would have like on target hit, put in a parameter for, maybe they'll do this later in the tutorial. Maybe, I don't know. You could put a parameter for the score in, you can put a parameter for the target in, and then you don't have to have like 1, 2, 3, 3 methods, 4, 5 methods. You can just pass those parameters in, but like we're just gonna follow the tutorial as it is. And then we'll probably like at the end, if there's nothing to fix their bad code, we'll come in and fix it ourselves. So verse build verse code. I think I already noticed here, we can click build verse code directly from inside of our IDE since we have that plugin. Okay, playtest your changes in the Fortnite session to make sure that the score increases when hitting a good target. Open the score while playing, press the M key. We've already done that. So this is the, hey, Binge, welcome, dude, welcome. You'll playtest? Hell yeah, man, hell yeah. We're gonna need some playtesters for this, that's for sure. That is for sure. So, all right, here it is. Well, this is the thing that's gonna be the most frustrating and annoying part of this entire process, I think, guys. So, heads up on that, but if I go launch session, this is going to be the slowest thing, where it'll be good to be able to just be like, oh, it's doing its thing again. We'll jump to chat. We'll have a word here. Because yeah, the build process in UEFN is slow, really slow, like super slow. Like, look at it. We're going to be stuck waiting for this progress bar a lot, which is not what you want in a development environment, right? This is one of the reasons why, like, at one point I even wrote a custom file watcher that checks for changes in a DLL. And we've got something on a different screen coming up that's blocking my... I am not good in names. Hello, how are you? I'm really bad in names as well. It's good to have some company in bad nameness. But we've made some tools to help. We've got some look, guys, we've got custom names for a lot of people. So the regulars all have their nicknames, so I can read them here without much concern. It's good to see you, dude. It's an interesting profile picture you got there. Is that a little weird froggy thing? That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, welcome, man. Good to see some new people in the chat, and thank you for saying hi, man. Welcome. It's a toad. Yes, it is. Did you do that in MS Paint? If so, I can tell you and we're gonna get along just fine. I love I used to do a lot of messing around in MS Paint at school, and made some pretty weird and cool pictures there. That's very cool, man. You are my kind of person if you've gone in hey, so Binge, FYI, I can help with your testing based on 300 ping. I mean, that's a good thing to test. That's a really good thing to test. We absolutely want that. We want, stress testing. Oh, that's another annoying thing is Fortnite's gone and opened on the wrong monitor. And I don't know that we're going to have an easy time telling it to use the right one. The correct one, I mean. But we'll see. We'll see. So you guys can't see this, but where my chat would usually be on my main monitor, Fortnite's decided it wants to open there. So I think we'll try and run Fortnite in a window, and we'll put that on our main display. Yeah, because right now I can't even see what's happening. What is the code? Tell it to be nice. Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot of the development process. But are you pretty into Fortnite, Binge? If you like playing Fortnite, then yeah, we're going to be making some Fortnite stuff, and there'll be heaps of space for testing things. All right. We have to wait. We have to be really patient with Fortnite. Unfortunately, it's there's a lot of loading involved with UEFN development, unfortunately. I like not playing, not a Fortnite player. Understood. That's absolutely okay. I like creative maps. Well, dude, that's exactly what we're going to be making. We're going to be making Fortnite creative maps. That's for the next Fortnite. We're going to be doing Fortnite development. If the thing you like creative maps is good, that's really good. Okay, hold on. So, settings. we're just straight up going to make this windowed. And we're going to reduce the window size to something like, apply that. Keep those changes. All right, all right, all right, all right. And look, here we are. Now we have Fortnite up in its own dang window. Excellent. And here we go. We've also got our minigame and our scoring system working. Those freaking teddy bears, nobody tells Sly that we're shooting teddies. This is already looking a little like on point. So one of the things I'm looking forward to doing is trying to get like first person mode running. And so if we go map, we should be able to see our scores, but the scores obviously aren't working. So that's... But yeah, that's gonna be pretty cool. So we're already at the point where map finished. Not quite, not quite. We still need a lot more. We still need heaps more. Why? What do you do usually? Lately, in previous streams, we've been working on like all the stuff you see, like you see the chat messages down there, and you can see the leaderboard, and you can see like this big chat and this swear jar. If I say rude things, it'll catch me and put coins in the swear jar. We've been building a lot of like custom stream tools. So that's, you know, that's what we've been doing on the stream so far, but we're going to switch now to some game development instead, which I'm very excited about, if I'm being real. Got them all. All right. So that's good. From here, it should be possible for me to make changes and then like redeploy them. So the score, playtest your changes in Fortnite session to make sure that your score increases when hitting a good target. Open the scoreboard while pressing the M key. Your score decreases when you hit a bad target that you cannot targets down with one hit. Yes, we can do that. But I am noticing that if we go into map, it's actually, I mean, maybe we just shot too many teddy bears and it's a negative score and we just need to shoot the good targets a bunch more. Let's do that. Oopsie daisies. Sorry, teddy bear. Did not mean to headshot you. Come on, come on, come on. And so that should be enough to increase it to a positive score, but it's still not doing it, is it? Anyone? Any takers? Okay, scoreboard not working. But I don't care so much at this point. We're not gonna spend a whole bunch of time trying to get that to work. What did I use to make the overlays? I can do some UI. Oh, I'm pretty good at UI. I've done a lot of game development in the past, but some web development, and we did this, you know, using a bunch of web tech. So we did some web development for it essentially. We used Blazor, and we did some C#, and got C# working with Blazor to make the overlays. So yeah. And then you can add a browser source, and that works really quite well for this kind of thing. So let's see, do they actually show their map? I don't believe them. All right, set up props to user theme. Okay, set the appearance. Prawn, welcome, dude. Is the sea really sharp though, or is it blunt? Be formless, shapeless, like water. Water can be slow, or it can crash. It can be both, right? It can be both. To quote Bruce Lee, Prawn. Just using the Twitch API for the chat or custom bot? Bit of both. Like it's a I mean, what do you mean? A custom bot that uses the Twitch API is the answer to that question. I'm not good at names. I'm going to call you names from now on. Water like the ATM, crashing hard. I hope ATMs don't crash, Prawn. Yeah, it's good to see you, Prawn. It's good let's get some prawns in the chat. How you doing, Prawn? Welcome. Okay. Set the appearance of your game using props and galleries from Fortnite Creative. The final step of this tutorial is how to make your game look like a shooting gallery. To do this, you'll be using props and gallery assets from Creative. Your theme is the basic concept of the game, especially in terms of how it looks. For example, the theme of the game is a shooting gallery like you might find at a carnival, so you'll want to use elements that match that theme. A prop is an object you can place on your island. A prop can be furniture, walls, or floors for constructing buildings, plants, or any hundred of other things. Props usually fit with... Yes, you can do that. Thank you for the interruption, Fortnite. Props can be furniture, walls, floors, or construction buildings, plants, or any of hundreds of things. Props usually fit with more than one or more themes. Props can be found in prefabs, prefabricated structures, and galleries, which are collections of similarly themed props. To build a theme for this game, the following galleries, props, and sound cues were used. Mega Mall Gallery, 6 of the Princess Castle Top Bunny props, 1 Commerce Shelf Toy prop, 1 Carnival Game Deactivation Laugh. Okay, so I guess we're going to be using those things as well. I've been using Twitch's Internet Relay channel to use the chat in the game I'm making, but I've always been terrified of injections. Prawn, is this why you're always trying to inject code into our own stuff? Like, our stuff? That's pretty hilarious, but like, at the same time, dude, if you sanitize your inputs and treat your strings properly, you're not going to have that problem. You know, there are very safe ways to sanitize things to ensure that they're just strings. You're not supposed to know that. No, I mean, of course. I mean, please, have at it. Have at it, Prawn. Do as much injection as you would like here. I hope that you can find errors in it. Please, like, make this crash and do other cool things. I would rather there be a problem and we discover it together than there be a problem that goes undiscovered for a very long time. So, by all means, try and do things in the chat that cause this to error out, or to do other things. System.print. Yeah, I mean, for instance, you could do that. But it's still just going to be a string. This is sanitation. This is just sanitizing your inputs. Is how we get rid of that stuff. But yeah, like, keep at it, dude. Keep at it. If you can find a thing, then hats off to you. Hat goes off to you. Okay, so from the select session, actually I should be doing this. From the edit session in Creative, press the M key to open the Creative menu, then select Galleries. From the edit session in Creative, press the M key to open the Creative menu, then select Galleries. Interesting. Let's see that. From the... I mean, what is he talking about here? It's saying, from the edit session in Creative, press the M key. I mean, is there like an edit session here? We're in a session. Game's in progress. It's not like some new... Let's see. Oh, hey. I'm not good in name. Thank you. Thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate that, man. We're a very new channel. We're just getting started. So your follow is really appreciated. That's very cool of you, dude. Thank you so much. I'm glad you've been enjoying the stream so far. You wouldn't have followed if you didn't like it. So that's awesome. Thank you so much. All right, where are we? Where are we? We're doing. There's got to be some like, I don't know. I feel like it's not explaining itself particularly well. All right. From the edit session in Creative, press the M key to open Creative menu, then select Galleries. Maybe it's just saying like there's galleries somewhere here, but there's not though, is there? From the edit session in Creative. Okay. Quick menu, content, island settings, map, log. Is there a content? We're missing that content thing that they have. Are we not? Missed the step. What is creative? I mean, yeah, Fast is going to find ways to break it. Don't you worry, guys. How does it sanitize string characters? It just treats everything that you put through as a string, Prawn. It doesn't even need to sanitize it. Like in the context of code, it's code, but because we're using, look, we're not using JavaScript here. It's not something where you can do injection. We built this using Blazor, and Blazor uses WebAssembly. And so WebAssembly is actually executing C# to generate your web page. So if you try and inject JavaScript like you've just done with system.print, it's like, that doesn't mean anything to the code interpreting your string. It's treating it as WebAssembly. So you're going to have to come up with something. I don't even know if it's, I don't know if it's possible to do the kind of injection that you're trying to do there, Prawn, because of the choices that we made in technologies and the way that we implemented it. I'm still very new and noobish when it comes to this stuff. Like, nah, not at all, dude. The fact that you're trying to do that shows me that you're curious and you're, that you want to explore and you want to try things. I think that's really cool. I can't break chat, but I'm the go-to person at breaking games. All right, Binge, I don't know if you know, but you just signed yourself up to breaking our games when we make them, man. We're gonna, this is the very cool thing. There's gonna be some really, there's going to be a lot of friction with developing Fortnite things. But what it is going to enable us to do is create and test things together, which I think will be very, very, very cool. I'll be able to just be like, all right, jump in and try this new feature, guys. Okay, Jess, you're saying missed the step. What is creative? That is absolutely right. That is absolutely right. It's missed this step. So from the edit session, I'm not even sure what it's talking about with the edit session. I think this is called an edit session. If I end this, let's see what happens. Because I think this is the edit session. Maybe in here now. Content, yes. Okay, it was in a play session and it needed to go back into an edit session. Great, great, great. In creative, then we've got galleries. We're gonna search for Mega Mall, content. Even then, so from there, Mega Mall. This is Mega Mall. We don't want the Pro one. I'm guessing Mega Mall. Find a floor that fits the theme and double click it. All right, cool. What do we got in here? We want floors. Let's go with something like that. That seems a little wacky. All right, cool. Find a floor that fits your theme, add it to the quick bar at the bottom. Let's see. Was it M? It was M, but now we're in some different modes, so that's not going to work. There we go. M, content. We had our... Yeah, all right. Wow, so this really does feel like playing Fortnite. They want you to, create the world in third person. That's nuts. I don't know if I'm into that, honestly. But whatever. Let's do what... Let's do what they would like. Click equip and any other assets in the quick bar, and then exit to go back to the island. Select the strike wall, then place that. All right, let's do that too. From here, M content, open that up. Where's our striped wall? I guess that's a striped wall. What else? Then place it on the grid and right click to place it. Continue placing walls until you've surrounded the targets. Select the tile floor, then left click to place it in the corner of the target room. Select the tile floor. Yep, okay. We're going to do something simpler. I believe we're just going to... We'll put our wall here, wall here. We're going to make the tiniest shooting range ever. This does feel very Fortnite-y. All right, we're starting to get a mini game. Add a short wall to stop players from entering the shooting gallery. Short wall, interesting. Content, where's short wall? I don't like the UI, how scrolly this is. We'll try that, place that now. Is that our short wall? Can we turn it around? Yeah, we can. Lol. All right. Does it go like this? Is it Zen Browser? Yes, that is Zen Browser names. Absolutely. Let's see, hold on. They underestimated the noob level. Hold on. I gotta go way back. I gotta wait. I don't want to miss your messages. To be fair, even if I was smart enough to know how to break the chat, I'd be too scared of getting banned, Lemma. No, look, Prawn, if you can figure that stuff out, like, yes. In most communities, if you go and you break what the streamer's doing, they're going to be pissed off at you, because what they're doing is they're not trying to make something that can't be broken. They're trying to make a good stream, right? If you figure out how to break something in this stream, like, as long as you're not being subversive about it, you're not like, good software development. Really good software development is about finding and fixing issues constantly. That's just like what you do. That's what you do, right? So if you do that here, I'm not gonna ban you unless you do it in a way that's really subversive. If you're just genuinely trying to help find and fix a bug, that's great. Or even just like finding the bug is useful too. So don't worry about it. You can put things in the chat and try and break it. And if it breaks, then that's great, because I know how to fix. I now need to go and like fix that thing. And I know that there was a problem and you found the problem, and that will be encouraged. Yeah. Also, nice nickname, Prawn. Yeah, right. Have you noticed that, Prawn? You got a you got a good nickname. We've got Rich Ukrainium as his nickname, as requested. That said, I remember you as Prawn still, so I don't know if I'm gonna have to start calling you Richard. But look, this is what you asked for, so that's what we're doing. We're calling you that. What omelet should I eat? Oh, dude, what range of omelets do you have, Binge? Do you have a selection of omelets? If so, hell yeah. I'm good. Omelets are always good. High protein, always delicious. Have you guys noticed I've been very well behaved? Still, zero in the swear jar. Yes. What should my punishment be, guys, for swear words? If I swear, what should they be? Like, what should happen if I swear too many times? If I get to 100, that's the question. What should happen? You can do it in the normal level editor later. This way they call creative mode so you can do it with ease, I guess. Shooting cubicle, exactly. Looks short to me. It is a small cubicle. I'm looking forward to getting out of this mode. I think I'm used to working in Unreal, not like in Fortnite. If I wanted to play Fortnite, I'd play Fortnite. If I wanted to make a game, I'd use a game editor. So I don't know, I'm a little, maybe I'm just old and grumpy about these things, but don't worry, QA. Twitch might? No, Twitch wouldn't ban you for that type of stuff, Prawn. Like, this is I'm building a custom tool. I can't imagine what you would do that, like, unless you're starting to mess with Twitch, and then that's up to them. That's on them. That's between you and Twitch. If you start to mess with Twitch's tech, that's between you and them. If you want to mess with my tech, go for it. I don't understand what the thing he's trying to do. Are you referring to what Prawn is trying to do, Names, or what I'm trying to do? Because Prawn is trying to, because we made this chat dialogue here that you see to the left. He's trying to put information into our chat messages in a way that causes it to behave differently or break. If he wants to do that, that's absolutely fine. How about an eggless omelet? That's not really an omelet. Sly, how you doing? You like what you've done with my hair? Thank you, man. I need a haircut. I'll probably get one tomorrow. It's about time for another haircut to keep it nice and short and looking neat. Impressive that you haven't had a sneaky swear. I know, right? I mean, I guess it's all just been smooth going so far. Push-ups sound good. One for each swear word. Okay. We could do that. When I get to 100 as well, then I'll have to do 100 consecutive push-ups. Lots of motivation to keep that number down. Keep it low. All right. How are you doing, Sly? Can I get some Slies in the chat? Can I get some base code Slies in the chat? I love that emote. It's good to see you. I really have to get these emotes working. Hey, that's another thing for the backlog. But yeah, I think if you're the Sofa King, then you might get away without filling that jar. Yeah, dude, I don't swear that much. Maybe we'll have to set something like 20 for the limit. Or maybe I'll just like lose it when something goes wrong. What is Prawn trying to do? Prawn is trying to like write text essentially that breaks our chat system, because we built a custom chat system. This is like, nobody else has a chat that looks like this. This is my chat, and like we made it together. And so, that also means like if chat can find ways to break it, then I'll be thrilled with that. So yeah. What I'm trying to do, I'm trying to eat food. Binge loves food. Binge spoiled us recently. He bought us all the ingredients for an epic nacho cooking stream, which was really freaking delicious. They were such good nachos, and I managed to make them both delicious, vegan, and also gluten-free, which is quite an accomplishment, I think. I remember when I had hair. Sly, it's fine. This is fine. I think I would look really good, like with no hair. If I ever lose my hair, I'll be fine. I'll be able to just like buzz cut it all, look good still. I think I've got a decent head shape. It's not too bad. I'm sure you probably look dapper. It's quite a masculine look to have like bald anyway, so not bad. You've just been trying hard to get a job. I miss getting paid, dude. Yeah, tell me about it. Running your own company, sometimes you have to decide you're not going to get paid for some pay runs, and that is, I feel you, dude. Can you say Sofa King again? You said it weird. Sofa King. There you go. Third time's the charm. Sofa King. King of the sofa. E.g. Prawn might try and add HTML tags, to mess with things up. Exactly. What Jess is saying is another great example of like trying to put some information into our web page that's treated in a way other than text, which I think is quite a cool thing to try and do. If you guys want to try and break this, all for it. Binge always comes up with the food and drinks. Yeah, Binge brings the noms. That man, He definitely facilitates deliciousness inside of all streams everywhere. I'm just waiting for the breakfast place to open up. Nice. So if you do quotes, won't it break? Nope. It won't. It won't, Richard. It won't. You're gonna have to be more creative. Sofa King, we Todd did. We Todd did? Todd did? Who's Todd? We've got Richard. Who's Todd? Yeah. So actually, that's the best attempt yet. That's the best attempt yet, Names. The return character. That, if anything was going to break it, like, because, yeah, so you see where his head's at, Jess and Prawn? Like, he's thinking in like C# terms, where like /n is a return carriage, like a carriage return in a string in C#. That's more likely to work than trying to inject HTML, because we're, everything's built in Blazor, but at the same time, hey, check it out. We've got a first time chatter. Hish, how you doing, man? Welcome to the chat. It's good to have you along. He doesn't get the joke. Based is a Sofa King we Todd did. No, I don't get the joke. I don't get the joke. What am I missing? I'm not very good. I'm not very switched on with some of these memes and jokes sometimes. Feel like it's just whoosh, completely missing me. I am making Fortnite maps. That is absolutely right, Hish. We're in the process of like really. I'm learning. I'm getting better at UEFN. So I'm I'm a professional game developer, and I'm going to be making Fortnite maps with UEFN. So I know a lot of like junior level developers will try and do this. I've been making computer games professionally since I was like 19, 20. So like games is my thing. I really like making games and other kind of like really difficult software. But I'll be doing Fortnite maps for a while, just because I think there's a lot I could bring to that space. So that's what I'm starting to do, and I'll be doing that for the next 2 weeks. And this is day 1. This is day 1 of 14. This is making Fortnite for a fortnight. It's a joke from your childhood, Sofa King. Okay. Sorry, I don't know it. Mostly if you do / in a string in most languages, anything you put after that is kind of a command that doesn't count in the string. True. But it didn't work here. No, I've done really good sanitation. You can even see up the top there, we've got like different. Oh, Sofa King. I see. That's funny, Sly. I see what you're doing. Yeah, I get it now. I get it. Absolutely, yeah. So if you guys want to try new things, if I see something interesting come up in the chat where it's trying to inject, I'll switch over and fix that. Like, not fix it, but like see if it actually created an error or not. But yeah. So, okay. I swear that jar recognized it when I said it last time. Oh, Sly. That's Sly. That's really tricky. No, I'm not working on. Okay. Hish, let's see. Let me go show you what we're going to be working on with this. So my company Actuator, and I can actually drop that here. My company Actuator has a game that we've created. So we've made On Point. On Point is like a point and click shooter. And yeah, we're going to be recreating some of the mini games and some of the gameplay of this VR game in our UEFN. That's kind of what we're going to be starting with. So you can see we're in the process of like just experimenting with what it might look like to make a shooting mini game. So yeah, that's where we're at with it so far. Yeah. Thank you, Goldie. Actually, On Point is a better thing to be doing there. But yeah, so we're slowly going through and like getting a handle on UEFN and how that works. And so yeah, very soon I hope to start to be recreating, like bringing more art assets in and making a whole bunch of other stuff. So okay, so we added our short wall, and we created an area behind it. Next, you're ready to add said dressings and make it feel more polished. You know what? get the concept. I don't know if we necessarily need to add all of these things. Oh, okay. Add props. So we can do content browsers from inside Unreal, which is good. Okay, because I didn't really like the idea that content browser 1. We can do more content browsers. Yes, that's good. So what else have we got? Type in the content browser. Toys, sure. Let's see what toys are there. Did that not like... So that's our outliner. This is under Fortnite and props. Hish, thank you for the follow, man. How you doing? How's that, man? That you like the stream and you dropped a follow. I really appreciate that. That's awesome. We're growing super fast. Like here, you can kind of see it in the chat. We're growing really, really quick. We've only been streaming like 3 months and we're at 730 now. The next big milestone is 800. I can't wait to hit 800 followers. That's going to be incredible. But thank you. I really appreciate that you're enjoying it here and that you're being active in the chat. That's also something very cool. Rom, that was a good idea with those characters. Can we just like, let me just copy and paste those so that they come up again. Okay, hold on. Did that work? No, it's interpreting them right. But that's some weird ass characters. That was a good try. Okay, so the content browser should enable us to go look under Fortnite and then toys is what they searched. All right, there we go. That's going to be a better way of doing it than in creative mode. Let's put some toy things in. And this way, instead of like in the editor, we can do duplication. We can like actually place it. We can do all our rotations and stuff. So that's good. And we can use this as a backdrop. So we don't have to conform to the grid as if we were playing Fortnite, which is nice. And then 3 times for that. I guess we didn't do the room large enough for 3, did we? Get some overlap. Maybe it doesn't even matter if we do it like that because the shelves will align. We can get this a little more in the middle. Okay, cool. Now, this is the very annoying thing about it. It's cool that we saw that actually just like immediately pop in. I wonder how you get down to like walking. Oopsie daisy. We want that back. So we've got double tap space. Right. All right. We probably should make this a little wider. So if we do it like that and delete our other wall, it's gonna take some getting used to, guys, to develop like this. And then make our silly floor. But I believe we learnt right click will delete for us. And there as well. I swear this is gonna drive me mad if I have to do everything that way. And did it put that back? I thought I deleted it. Okay, that's definitely disappeared. If I delete this one now. How did it come back? What's going on? I'm not understanding something here. I think X might be out. Yeah, we'll just delete like that. There we go. Okay, and then we should be able to just like alt click. To create stuff. This might actually be enough space to have multiple now. But we're not really learning anything new here, except we did just learn how to delete, so I guess I gotta give myself a break and have a little more space to do some things. Do I have a certain stream schedule? For the next 14 days, I hope to be spending at least like 4 or 5 hours a day doing this work. So I'm also a game studio director. So right now this is a bit like research and development for me. And so yeah, I usually am operating my game studio, which means I have to put a lot of time and effort into doing that during business hours. So it'll be more an after hours thing. Once I've done all my admin, I'll be jumping in to do this kind of thing. You need to get out of edit mode and into play mode. Yeah, no, I think I see what you're saying, Jess. In order to delete, for sure. You're going to order bacon? Oh, binge. You're making me hungry with all this talk of delicious, like, bacon and omelets, man. That's, what time you stream on? I'll be trying to stream. I need to put this into my, Twitch. Honestly, that would be really handy for everybody else, but, let me check my calendar there. So it's probably going to be from midday Australian Eastern Standard Time to like, 10 or 11. So within those hours, and then 4 or 5 hours wherever I can fit it around other things. So could you have 2 lanes? Eventually, Jess, the plan for this is going to be, I'm going to have have you played On Point, Jess? Or do you know a bit about On Point? Because On Point's a pretty cool, yeah, it's a pretty cool system where you go, you've seen it all. Okay. You know how you pick a mini game and then you go into the mini game? We're going to recreate something like that, Jess, where you've watched me play it. Okay, cool. So we're going to start in the arcade, and then everybody's going to spawn, and there's going to be a certain amount of time where people can run and pick an arcade machine. And then when they activate the arcade machine, it's going to warp them away to a different mini game. It's going to track the score. It's going to bring them all back into the same place, and then it's going to eliminate the players with the lowest score, and then repeat that in the same way that you've got a bit of a battle royale where it's the last man standing. That's my objective initially, is to, like, I want to recreate that type of game loop. And those type of the feeling of those mini games in, yeah, that will be nice. Absolutely. And we've already here, I'll show you this briefly. So we've already got so is that going to open in Zen? No, but we can do that. So have a look. Where's my Zen browser? That's not my Zen browser. There. So we've got already some assets where we've brought the art in, we've started creating the environments. Here we go. So we've started recreating some of the On Point environments in UEFN already. So these will be familiar if you've already seen On Point. So we're recreating the On Point world in Unreal and in Unreal Editor for Fortnite. And then, yeah, so scenes like this is where you're going to be able to shoot and do your mini games. So there's already a little art that's taken place, but now my task is to get up to speed with we're going to get up to speed essentially with all of the programming now. So that's what comes next. All right, so we could do the princess toys. Adding audio would be a useful thing to learn, I suppose. Yeah, you look forward to me coding the moving UFO thing? Honestly, the way that we're probably going to actually achieve that, Jess, will be with animations and targets. So you have two different systems. You have one system which is like, here is an animation of like moving paths, and then the separate system is going to be like the UFO, and if you shoot it, you succeed, and then it'll just be a special kind of target, and then like a game system that tracks those things, that plays the animation, that tracks when the thing hits, and then like that will feed back into the bigger game loop. So it's like, I'm interested. I think the hardest part is going to be coordinating all the different games together in Verse, but yeah. Binge, good to see you, dude. Thanks for wishing me luck with the coding. It'll be interesting. It's definitely going to be interesting to see what we can achieve with these new systems. And I hope you really enjoy your breakfast. That bacon omelet sounds incredible, dude. I hope you have a great breakfast. Yeah. So let's create this princess toy stuff. We may as well, just to check. Princess, where is it? There's a lot of princess things. What was it called? Princess Space Toy. Okay, there we go. And it wants this on the wall, does it? Princess Toy Bunny onto the walls. Go for it. One thing I would like to do, Unity, you can like, oh, there it is. It's that simple. You can snap. So that snapping is supported. Slight bit forward, slight bit up. We can make another one. I mean, Alt seems to both be like the duplicate and the snap. Move it around a little. We accidentally made a duplicate there, I'm seeing. Stick one on a shelf just for variety. All right, let's have a quick push changes, see what happens in UEFN when that happens. So, okay, that's all working. All right, so very collaborative editing from the look of it. Shall we just see if everything still works? I'm sure it will. Pushing changes is something different, isn't it? This is checking the changes in, so I don't want to do that yet. And of course it failed to upload because we canceled. So, yeah, we're going to skip along to the next thing. Adding audio. Adding sounds in the video game adds a whole new layer of interest to the player. Your sound design should work well with your visual elements. A sound cue is an object that you can use with other files to do anything you like. Things like creating loops, sounds that repeat, or sounds that fade as the player moves away. UEFN provides a number of sound cues that you can find in sounds under the Fortnite folders. You can listen to a sound cue by hovering over it and clicking the play icon. Okay, we can do that. Carnival game. Carnival game. And we can sample. Just checking you guys can hear that. You should be able to hear the Zen browser. But this isn't the Zen browser, is it? Dang it. So yeah, you can't hear my system sounds, presumably. Let's see. So, sound cues must be used with an audio device. You'll use the audio player device and add the selected audio to it. Where are we? Audio player. audio, clear the filter, audio player. No. Even in all, I must, oh, there it is. Audio player. Put that in. Let's put it somewhere the player can hear. Just messing about right now, but... And then presumably, the next step will be, we'll put it into the viewport, we'll go into the details panel, play on hit. Uncheck play on hit option. Get out of your way, guys. So, it seems to want us to in the details panel, type the sound cue name in the audio drop-down search bar surface of the sound cue. Hold on. So first things first, we put this into the scene. We're going to select it. Then we're going to go to the audio drop-down. So there's our audio player. And it takes its time, doesn't it, with the loading? It plays on proximity rather than hit. Yeah. Absolutely, Jess. So audio player here. I don't know why it would have a mesh component, but this, they want that to go to Fairground Spot 11. Fairground Spot 11. Uncheck play on hit option. I mean, I'm not sure that I even saw a play on hit option. I see this. Propagate draw distance. Where's play on hit? Advanced. Play on hit. There it is. Okay. Set play location to local player. Play location. Play location, local player. Set the stereo spread to 2 meters. Stereo spread 2 meters. Bind the audio device. Under the user options functions. Where the heck is that? That's not something we've explored before. Under user options functions, what's it referring to there? Yeah, you were right, Jess. It was in advanced. Under user options functions, user options. Here it is. User options functions. Player spawn pad. And what is this? Okay, player spawn pad here. Player spawn pad, interesting. On player spawn, okay, so we're connecting this to a method. Player spawn pad on player spawn, that's gonna cause play. Ooh, guys, guess what happened? Look. Something went wrong. Okay. Our speech DB caused the thing to crash. Well, that'll be good. That's in the logs. I can use that later. All of our UI failed because something went wrong with, it seemed to be writing, that would have been an error in writing the, writing my my spoken text to disk, because that's, keep in mind guys, that's something we're doing with our at the same time as our transcription system. I want a record of all the stuff I'm saying, so that if I want to search through, like when I'm editing later, Unreal Editor, this isn't that. I think what happened is like there might not be proper mutex, like there might not be something saying like only one thing can write to this file at a time. So if for some reason it chooses to, like that error, if I read that right, that error looks like something that says, okay, we're all back, everything's back. It's pretty much, I'm quite sure that it's saying like if multiple things write at the same time, one file is using the file it's being written to. So I need to go and check like mutex there to ensure that the application only writes to the file once. We had something similar when Nacho swung by and he dropped a whole bunch of subs really quickly. It was like it freaked out because it was trying to log subs to disk, and then it kind of like went wrong there. Okay, I don't think I can hear anything other than music. Play on proximity rather than hit. Advanced probably. Yes. Jess, you can't hear anything but, yeah, absolutely right. We can't hear anything but the music. I haven't set up UEFN as an audio source, but I can definitely do that. I think it might even be smart to do that in our UEFN scene. I'll work on that. Let's see. I just learned something that I hate. What happens, Binge? Why are you not eating food? What happened? Play on Spawn. Yes, no. Okay. Uber Eats. People get paid by distance and time. Yeah, damn. So if you order from somewhere really far away, it must get really expensive. And if they take a long time to deliver it, they get paid more. That's not good. It shouldn't be incentivizing distance, like time. You know, long deliveries, I can understand why. If it takes more time and distance, that kind of makes sense though, Binge. Can you imagine if you were an Uber Eats driver, if you had to go a really long way and it took you a really long time to do it, like, wouldn't you want to get paid more? Maybe, but I don't know. So even though the person was 5 minutes away, she decided to take the 20-minute drive. Yeah, that's not cool. They should be penalized. It should be like deviation from the estimated time. Like they should get a bonus if they deliver it faster, and they should get a penalty if they take longer to deliver it, in my opinion. Hey, we've got a new chatter. Zaichin, how you doing? Cool little anime profile picture, by the way. Volatile rights. Exactly, Zaichin. Yeah, you get it, man. You get it. You totally get what's going on. I'm sorry that the emote there, the Monka S didn't work. We haven't implemented emotes yet. We're doing a lot of programming stuff. All this is our own custom Twitch chat, so that I can I can look at our own custom Twitch stuff essentially. But it's cool to see you in the chat, man. Like, thank you. And you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right about what went wrong there. I'll probably fix that off stream, or maybe we'll fix it together some other time. I'm doing logging for all of our custom UI, so it'll all be there. Don't stress, I'll imagine the sound. I buy gelato from a shop 40 minutes away. $25 is actually pretty decent for a 40-minute drive. You'd probably have to pay me more than $25 to get me to drive 40 minutes. Like, just fuel is going to be half of that cost, right? Right? Am I wrong? Seems wrong. No, it seems right. Anyway, must be really good gelato. I wouldn't pay that much for gelato delivery. No way. Maybe if I was there, I'd get the gelato, but yeah. If I was sober, it would have been a 5-minute drive. Yeah, Binge. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, maybe start drinking after dinner instead. Then you can best of both worlds. We rewrite it in Rust, right? Actually, Zaichin, I really like Rust. I think Rust is a fantastic language. It's got like all the advantages of the performance and like high it executes really quick, just like something like C, but it also has like the guardrails of something like C#. It's a cool language. I like it a lot, but we're not working with that. We're actually about to start learning. We've been doing a bit more of this type of language, which is kind of cool. I don't know how I feel about it yet. So far, I'm not liking it a lot. but we're learning Verse. We're learning Verse, and so far the sample code has been garbage, but it's fine. We're going to learn. We're learning a new language here today. Rust is fantastic. It's absolutely great for high performance code, and for if you're writing backend stuff, if you're, there's a lot of really great uses for Rust. I think once upon a time I would have used like C++ or C for a lot of stuff that I would use Rust for instead now. Yeah, it's a fantastic programming language for the right cases. Absolutely. Yep. Beer o'clock, control alt beer, lol, psych. I have a weird feeling about Verse, but I haven't spent a tremendous time with it either. It's a very scripty language. It seems like it seems like somewhere between JavaScript and Lua, maybe, is my feeling about it so far. I don't know. It feels very scripty. But yeah, anyway, let's pick up where we left off, guys. Oh, what did I say? Oh, I'm gonna have to go back to the chat logs. I said something. Go on. It's all right. Keep my composure. We don't want to add more coins. We don't want to add more coins to this thing. Yeah, I know, right? It's getting far behind. Have you noticed that? It's like, I must have, God dang it. Thank you, Zachin, for the follow. I really appreciate it. I said, man, I feel like the fireworks, that we should be doing fireworks to celebrate your follow, but I should be angry at myself for saying, the thing is, I'm going to probably swear more whenever I get caught. That's the problem. It's very hard not to be like, and say things. Exactly, Psych. We got caught, and then I switched and it caught me again. Look how far behind it's getting though, guys. See how, it's actually quite delayed. That's an issue. So yeah, and now it's catching up to the point at which I switched to the scene. So it's becoming backlogged. This is where something like Rust would be really good, Zachin. Like that would, this processing, although it's the AI, this is probably Whisper getting backlogged. It's taking longer to process my speech than it is for me to say it. So yeah, exactly. Endo, good to see you. Good to see you, man. Welcome back to the chat. It's awesome to see you back here, man. But it's slow at translating. So, yeah. Anyway. Okay. So here's where we're at. We're learning Verse. Where were we at? We're still doing UEFN stuff. So let me actually let's go have a look here, and we'll go through the music. I feel like we need to we just set music up. Let me set an audio source in working. Let's see, probably in both working scenes. In all audio, I need to do this. So let's add a new, let's see, application audio capture. And then we're going to have to put in, Fortnite. And then Fortnite client. Okay. Now we should be able to hopefully hear the audio I've just added. So it went into sleep mode. Can you guys hear that now? You can hear the targets, I'm guessing. Yeah, you can hear it. I'm sure you can. That's good. Python GLing all over the place. I don't use a whole lot of Python. I might use that to script in certain situations, but I don't think we've done that on this stream yet. Yeah, it's good to see you too, Endo Earth. You just got done from a coding bender. Nice. You come see, yeah, I think you have to be, Endo, you have to be obsessed if you really want to be exceptional. If you want to be an exceptional engineer, it helps if you're a little bit obsessed. Okay, I'm going to hit start game, and then we're going to probably see Fortnite do its loady thing. Interestingly, the audio stopped now, did it? Let me stop my music so we can hear this a little better. Hey, we've got a guy in YouTube there. Welcome. I can't pronounce that name, unfortunately. I need to learn the symbols a little bit better. Thank you for making him feel welcome, Psych and Goldie. That's awesome. I agree. I do get obsessed. Well, that's how you become great. Great. Obsessed. Okay. Are we hearing the audio? When we spawned, we should have heard something special. I don't think I hear it. Not hearing it? No, me neither. You feel it. Yeah. Good, Endo. Now you do that for the next 4 or 5 years and you'll, like, greatness awaits you. I can hear the sound effects. Yeah, Endo, I can hear the sound effects on, of these targets, but we were supposed to hear some game sounds. And we'll have to put some grooves on this. What is it even standing on? That's curious. Oh, we put a block zone, so you can't walk over the targets. Oh, that's fine. Alright. So we kind of have to end the session. Put our music back on, because nobody wants no music. Oh, that's playing the browser. There we go. And let's have another look. We'll go back to the Unreal Editor. Our audio player here. We did set audio. What did I miss? It's not play on hit. It does have the right sound. Okay, this is what we should be hearing. So, one more audio source. I have to add source, application audio capture, create new. This is Unreal Editor. Doing a little bit of live OBS setup. Can you guys hear this? I feel like yes, you can. Let's increase that volume a little. Endo, we are recreating On Point for now. That's the first thing we're going to do. It should be a good learning curve on that. It's going to be very interesting to see what comes of learning that. Okay, so we should hear that, but we're not hearing that at all. One more time. Okay, play location, local player. Then we also set up here player one spawn pod. There's only one spawn pod. We on player spawned. Yeah, okay. We should definitely be hearing that. Session connected. Hit start game one more time. See what happens. Yeah, we hear it. But it needs to loop. That's its problem. No looping. All right. So we learned something that is working, but we need looping. I wonder if it goes on to explain how to do that. Probably we give it a chance to do that. Yeah. So let's get our real music back. No, it doesn't. It doesn't say anything about looping. Play location. Surely it's something that appears like in that Yeah, it's gonna be somewhere here. So fade duration, fade out. Where's loop? There's nothing for loop. Surely not. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Plays, spatial. Maybe this is something we can do in the code. Definitely something we should be able to do in UEFN. Sorry, in Verse. If set will restart any playing audio when activated. If not, yeah, that's fine. Restart. Yeah. I see it too. I see it too, Endo. Though if we look at the tooltip here, it's telling us that if set, it will restart the playing audio when activated. If not set, activations will be ignored if the audio is already playing. So like if you play it while it's already playing, it doesn't, like, it stops the existing one. Repeat. Good suggestions, guys. Repeat is not coming up as an option either. It is linked to the correct spawn, Jess, but that's probably from before we confirmed it was working. So it's definitely working, but why looping isn't an obvious value here probably isn't important. I imagine we can create a reference to this and then just like cause it to play over and over and over through code. But so let's move on to the good stuff. This is really what I wanted to get to today. And that's Verse. Verse is a language. So, all right, now the learning begins for us. If it's a proximity trigger, it would stop playing, then would it be re-triggered if you are in proximity? Zaichin, that's a good question. It only plays once on spawn with the way that we've currently set it up. Yeah, exactly. Jess is right. It triggers on spawn, not proximity at the moment. But okay. This is the good stuff. This is where the real learning begins, guys. And I can see Psych and Goldie having a good chat there in the YouTube chat. I'm sorry to hear that you've had a shit day, Psych. I don't know if that was supposed to be private in your own little private chat to the side, but yeah, Endo UEFN. Yeah, it's pretty cool. But I hope you have a better day now that we're hanging out and streaming and making stuff. I'm having a good time. It's a slow process when you learn new stuff, but I feel like doing it with all of you is going to be so much freaking fun. I actually can't wait. And low key, this is a way that I can combine like what my business needs to do with what I want to do, which is just hang out and stream and do this with you guys. So I've told everyone I'm going to be doing this for like, I'm going to be locking myself in a room and learning Unreal. And so that's like, we can do that together, which is really, really, really exciting. So for 12 days, we're going to learn, Fortnite in a fortnight. Okay, triggers. Guess it's not a jukebox. Yeah, it could be a different kind of device, Jess. It could be a different kind of device. Always pick me up when you're here. Dude, awesome. You guys always cheer me up. It's literally impossible to be unhappy on a stream like this with everyone like you around. It really is, guys. It makes so much difference. You know what? I'm actually loving this camera for when I read messages because I can actually look at, I don't know. Maybe I can look at chat and I'm looking at you guys when I look at that. On the other hand, with chatting, I see I'm looking down to the side, where the actual messages are. So I'm not sure which one I like better, but anyway, this is pretty cool. I'm glad I'm integrating a second camera into my stream setup. But okay, so here we are. This is where it begins, guys. I'm actually quite excited because now we're actually going to get into the new programming language, which is what I'm really enjoying. I always really enjoy doing that, and this is where the start of the process begins. If you remember at the start of the stream, I was saying what I want to do is also create like a markdown file as we go that captures important things that I could use to guide an AI to write verse. So we're going to be trying to learn ourselves, but also teach an AI how to code this stuff. So yeah, that's what we'll be doing. And so let's just start by reading through it, and then we can double back and figure out what we actually like out of this and take it from there. So, okay. Verse programming language onboarding guide. Use this checklist to get started if you're new to programming or you're new to using Verse in Unreal Editor or Fortnite. For a smooth start in using Verse to create gameplay in Unreal Editor for Fortnite, follow these steps in order, skipping any steps you're already familiar with. Step 1, think like a programmer. Check. Here's a short video to introduce you to how programmers think. You know what? Let's do it together, guys. Let's watch it together.
How to make a pizza algorithm in Fortnite. Since the dawn of time, humans have been on a quest to find the best way to teach algorithms and programming. Then they got hungry and invented pizza. And while they ate, an idea hit them. A pizza is an algorithm, and algorithms are used in programming. Welcome to Verse.
Really
I have
algorithm?
an ancient document here that historians agree is the best known
binge.
way to make algorithms.
This is how you teach binge to code.
An algorithm is a sequence of instructions that solves a problem or accomplishes a task. By following an algorithm or recipe, you will accomplish the task of making a pizza. Well, I've always
Where's
wanted
binge,
to
guys?
make an
Somebody
algorithm,
tell him.
so this is exciting. Let's take a look at step 1. Step 1, identify your goal. My goal is to follow an ancient process or recipe to make an algorithm pizza. Step 2, identify your requirements and constraints.
He passed out with his omelet,
Requirements for pizza
Well, now
would
he
be
doesn't get any
anything
pizza.
that falls under what I need to make a pizza.
I feel like Binge
and
would
that
have
could
bought me a
mean
pizza
knowledge
just for
or
watching this.
items. Well, I need ingredients, obviously. Lots of cheese, that's essential. Cooking instructions would be nice. I may have burnt a thing or two before, but let's not talk about that. For constraints, it's basically the
gonna have
opposite.
to clip
Anything
this
I
whole
don't
thing just
know
for
or
Binge.
have would be a constraint. Like I mentioned, I'm not the best with an oven, so maybe I should learn how to use all those buttons instead of just randomly hitting them and hoping for the best. My lack
learn
of
a lot
oven
randomly
know-how is
hitting
called
buttons
a
while
knowledge
programming,
gap. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. We all have them, and we can always learn. But that's why it's so important to go over requirements and constraints before starting any task. Now I'll go and learn how to use an oven.
You burn a lot too,
Probably.
absolutely.
Before I do anything else. Step 3, divide the problem into smaller parts. This step is crucial. I know when I'm faced with a large problem, I can sometimes feel overwhelmed. But I've found that if I break down the whole task into smaller, more manageable pieces, that feels doable. So let's give it a go with this pizza making business. I'd love to make everything from scratch, so let's look at the ingredient list. Oh no, wait. The top of my ingredient list is cheese. You know, I'm not really looking to buy a cow, milk it, learn how to make cheese. So my idea of making everything from scratch needs to be modified. Step 4.
We should have the world's fastest internet here, guys. Somebody let Nacho know our internet is failing.
Idea of making everything from scratch needs to be modified. Step 4, think of solutions to the smaller problems. As I'm working my way through my list of smaller problems, I'm noticing I can reuse previous solutions to solve similar problems.
Which they weren't even doing in
their
their
cheese
sample code
example,
before, to
I'm
be
going to go
fair.
buy cheese. Lots of cheese,
So this
along
is like
with anything else
imports
I need.
using
I've
statements,
decided
that
I'm
kind of
not
thing.
making everything from scratch, but I think making my own pizza sauce would be fun. As
Yeah.
I break down that recipe, I see it calls for olive oil. Well, I'm trying to eat tonight, so I'll be buying my olive oil and not planting an olive tree. Obviously, there's more than one solution to all these smaller problems, but by thinking them through, a solution that works best becomes clear. Additionally, some parts may depend on previous steps. I need to grate my cheese before I put it on my pizza, apparently. Step 5, execute the plan. To make my pizza, this will be my algorithm. 1, learn to use my oven. 2, go grocery shopping. 3, make pizza sauce, which has a lot of
Rather
sub-steps.
specific.
4, After learning how to use an oven, I now know I need to preheat it first.
3, call
5,
Domino's.
roll out the pizza dough. 6, dump on lots of cheese.
I can get behind that.
7, add the toppings I want. Controversial, but I love an anchovy. 8, season. 9, bake. 10, cut. 11, eat. Step 6, analyze and test the problem and solution. Let's look at what I've made so I can find ways to improve the process. Well, the pizza looks baked correctly thanks to learning how to use my oven. Oh no, I forgot to add pizza sauce. It's okay, the document did mention that even programmers forget steps in their algorithms, and those algorithms sometimes still work, with some unexpected behaviors. Who knows, maybe I'll like my pizza better without sauce, and if not, I'll add it next time.
It's a feature, not a bug.
There you have it, the ancient algorithm for making a pizza. I've been talking about pizza, but this works for programming too. The programs you write could just as easily be called recipes.
They missed a lot of things.
When a computer
Recursion,
runs your
for
program,
instance.
it's executing your instructions. A programming language is simply a way to express those instructions. Make sure to double check your steps with both pizza making and programming. And remember, you can rework either based on the tools and the ingredients you have. Well, I think you're ready to create games with Unreal Editor for Fortnite. Follow this process, and I'm sure you'll be making an algorithm for the history book in no time.
All right. Let's talk about it. Zaichin, your interns tasked with one little module try and rewrite half the code library. Always evaluate the scope of the task and ask for clarification where necessary. Absolutely, dude. Yeah, it can make a really big difference. Really big difference. And, not reinventing the wheel is also a really important thing to consider. It's like programmers have this tendency to, because they know how to do stuff, to think like, if it's not made here, it's not like we don't use it. They have to make everything themselves. And that's not necessarily a good way to think or to work. I think you need to often, leverage libraries and systems that exist without reinventing the wheel. So where is the SIMD optimization and overmassive parallelization? Where do we argue with the borrow checker? This algorithm hurt my feelings. Yeah, it's missing a lot of things which are very important to consider in basic algorithm design. Like that, in a sense, those are I think those are instructions where algorithms require branching conditions, and I think that really starts to make things algorithmic rather than simple instructions. And not to say that instructions can't be an algorithm, because it's a reproducible set of steps that produces an outcome. That's what an algorithm is. But I think if they're talking about thinking like a programmer, just following steps isn't enough. They probably could have gone into a bit more detail about some of the things that are unique to programming. All ready to make games now? Yeah, we watched the video, guys. We're ready to make games. That's all it took. But yeah, okay. So step 2, getting acquainted with the tools. Before you jump in to any other docs, go through the steps in Modify and run your first Verse program. This guide shows you how to create a new UEFN project that uses Verse, and how to find your Verse code in UEFN, and how to run and edit a simple Verse program. You know what? We kind of did do that. We've used Verse already, but maybe we go through this and make sure this is something that we have actually done. I mean, I don't know if I remember this. Let's have a quick look. Is that Fortnite telling me we're inactive? It was. We'll keep it active. May as well. We have created Verse files. New Verse devices have been done. Let's do it. Let's do a Hello World device, because I would be curious a little bit more about output. So let's see. I want something like a console. If I'm going to be working with this language for a while, I want to understand how to do Okay, yeah, I do want to see this. I do want to see this. So we are going to do this. We're going to do this. Modify and run your first verse program. See how easy it can be to run your first verse program and modify it. By following the steps in this page, you can learn how to create, run, edit, and troubleshoot a verse program that says Hello World in the Unreal Editor for Fortnite. Your first verse program. The VTK, or Verse to Verse Starter Kit. KT, is that for kit? Template works as an introduction to devices created with Verse, a device for use in the Unreal Editor that is programmed directly using Verse. And it contains multiple devices that you can look at for examples in the steps below. You'll create and modify a new Verse device in this template. So in the project browser window, select feature examples to view all the UEFN feature examples. So feature samples in the project browser window. Okay. Was that something that we had in Unreal Editor? File, open new project. Yeah, that's fine. Verse device. All right. We can do that. We're going to select the Verse device. At the bottom of the screen under project name, name your project My Verse Project and click Create. Project name, My Verse Project, and click Create. In the menu bar, go Verse Explorer. In the Verse Explorer, right-click your project name and choose Add New Verse File to Project. We probably could have done this in the last project that we were working in, our first island instead of this one, but we'll go with it anyway. So let's see. Did something change with our... I believe it did. Hold on. Configure video. Camera control. Increase zoomies. Okay, to that. There we go. Fixed. Okay, add a new verse file in the project to open the Create Verse script window. All right, we're doing that. Has it? Oh, it's still doing this. Still loading the project, guys. Look at this. And now we play the waiting game. Yeah. Well, we could read ahead, or we can catch up on chat, I guess. False. You don't need to shred/grate the cheese slices of a buffalo mozzarella can work. Or, you know, just like place the block of cheese on the pizza and let it melt in the oven and then just have the cheesiest pizza in all of history. That's one way to do it. Endo Earth, you're so hyped. Did that video hype you up? That's awesome, man. Classic Hello World. When you start, the project should be there. Another loading bar. Yeah. Not a loading bar, but look, we're through it. We're finished with it now. So here we go. We've got a new scene. Ooh, it is a fancy one. God, they've done all right with the art on this little fancy Hello World scene, haven't they? Very tempted to like fly around and explore it, but we're not. We're going to stay on task. Can't wait to get on point into this. Oh, we can zoom the camera. That's pretty cool. Okay, here's our guy. And so back here in the Verse Explorer, right-click the project name and choose Add Verse to the solution. In Verse Explorer, right-click on your project name and choose Add New. Let's do that. So, in the Verse Explorer, where is our Verse Explorer? There it is. Verse Explorer. And add new verse file. And from there, we want to Verse device, so select as your template, click create. Hello World device, I think we'll just leave it as that. Yep, create. Where did it create that? Wow, does it take that long to add it? That's nuts. All right, we've got that. The path should be all my verse project hello world. Hello. All my verse project. Where's my hello world? You should be seeing it here, right? But we're filtering, of course. We're filtering for audio player still, so... But even then, we don't see it. My verse project, hello world. We do see it there. Interesting that it looks so different. Hello world device. Here it is. If only we had 7TV and had access to more emotes. I'm sorry, Goldie. I'm really sorry. I know I need to sort it out. We need the loading emote from 7TV. We need all of the 7TV emotes like right in here. That's one thing we absolutely have to do. At some point, we'll do it. At some point, trust. We'll do it. For now, though, why the hell are these instructions not leading to the same result? So... in the content browser, navigate to your project folder. So, content browser, here's our project folder. This should be seeing, I mean, where is like, it's not verse commander or assets, it's like right here. This is our folder. What did I miss? I day drank today on the job. That was fun. Never done that before. I used to work in an office, Goldie, where they had beer in the fridge. Like they had a beer fridge in the office. That's, I don't know if I should be reading the YouTube chats off of, on stream. Maybe I won't do that. Maybe I won't do that, guys. I don't know. But that, like, yeah, we used to have a beer fridge in the game studio that I worked in. This wasn't my game studio, but... you misbilled, I believe. Oh, thank you. If I did, that was silly of me. Let's have another read. I mean, I didn't miss the instruction. Oh, yes, I did. Build verse code. Whoopsie daisy. It does say built successfully, but... So, build verse code. Yep, you called it. Gosh, Jess, well done. Gesundheit, psych, thank you. Don't be getting ill. Fass caught me like sniffling earlier and she's like, no getting sick. But I don't know, we'll see what happens with it. I'm sure I'm not sick. I don't feel sick. But that's what everybody says until they actually get sick. But yeah, I've got a big weekend planned, so I mean that's different, Goldie, from a beer fridge with an occasional light beer. But I don't know. It maybe it has a positive effect on your work, but unlikely, especially not on the real, like over the long term, dude. I'd be cautious doing that too often. But whatever. Live life to its fullest. I trust you to make good choices. Peak sick time. Yeah, it is. Psych and Goldie, you guys are having a fun. You've got your own private chat room now, don't you? That's hilarious. Okay, so we've got our Hello World device. That build step that Jess pointed out was absolutely what we were missing. So here we go. Click and drag the Hello World device into the level. And there's our Hello World device. Oh my god, it's very close to the camera. Where is it? I didn't mean to copy that. What was it? Usually, like, while dragging, Alt snaps to a location in Unity, but it duplicates in Unreal, which is annoying because I have such a, like, my habits, older habits die hard. So there we go. We can, what was the snap command again? Alt is to duplicate. It's fine. Viewport related snapping settings, that should be on. Snap to surface. That'll do. Only it's not really. I mean, it's getting blocked by the surface, but whatever. Doesn't matter, doesn't matter. Okay. In the toolbar, click Launch Session to playtest your island. In the Save Content window, save selected to save your changes in the project. In the Save Content window, okay, let's first launch the session, which means our other on-pointy world is about to disappear. So I need to, like, end game and exit probably. It's already restarting the game. So, ooh, that's a lot of new changes. That's more than I expected to see according to the instructions. Here, we should see just one Hello World device. Why is all this other stuff coming up? Sunburnt City stuff. Failed to unload source content. I mean, hold on. It's save selected and we didn't have it selected, so that's what's going on there. That makes sense. Hello World device, file, save selected. In the save content window, click the save selected. Okay, file, save. I'm misunderstanding something here, I think. So launch session, this will be asking about saving stuff. Right. Drinking is banned in our workplace. That's gonna mess you up, especially if you're using Unity day by day. Yeah, look, Unity used to be such a nice, sleek, thin, light game engine. It's become a bit bulky. Waiting for those loading bars can definitely cause a person to need a drink, but you know, at the same time, so does Unreal. So there we are. It's just game engines these days. I really want to do more Godot work because I think that of all the engines is like the lightest weight one right now, as far as I know. I miss when developing games was lightweight. The Unreal Engine has always had a reputation of being big. If anything, it's like de-bloated a little bit versus like way back when, where Unreal has just become like, sorry, Unity has become bigger and bigger and bigger. So, is that actually loading the session? Yes, leave. Where is it? So for now, it is, but they add lots to it also. Yeah, they really do. Binge? Binge? When'd you do that? Where's Binge sending his gifts? What? Oh, what was it? We didn't even get to see it. God dang it. I'm gonna clip that for Binge. That's annoying. What was it? Was it the stupid goldfish? I think it was the goldfish. I think I saw that Goldie. That's your emote right there. That's why he sent it. That's why he sent it. He sent it because it's a Goldie emote. How good's that? How good's that? That's really clever. All right, why is it taking us here? Edit mode downloading. Good, good, good. He is a funny guy, right? Yeah, Goldie's in the chat, guys. Goldie's in the chat. Let's get some Goldies in that chat. Goldie, I haven't seen the static goldfish in a while. Everybody loves the animated one. Please, game, would you please just do the thing? See, it says loading session, but I don't think it actually is. This annoys me greatly. I'm quite annoyed by this. If it would please work. What if I exit session and launch session? This is the thing that I'm really worried about with developing UEFN stuff on stream, is how much we're going to be stuck waiting on loading bars. But I guess we can just like jump to chat while that happens, you know, if it does. But, you know, edit mode preparing. Good. 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 Any minute now. I have returned home and I can confirm I told my sister about you. Hell yeah! Snolzy's here too! Everyone's showing up. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Take this gold. Snolzy, you missed it. We had a moment with like where we shot teddy bears, and I said nobody tell Snolzy that we're shooting teddy bears, because we hug them instead, don't we, Snolzy? Okay, Nacho, she's 53, and she said, and what does AI even stand for anyways? No, look, Nacho, that just means she's a that's a greenfield situation. She's a clean slate. You can introduce her to AI for the first time, like blow her mind, tell her about the incredible future that AI is going to usher in. I can't believe so many people can they don't know what's coming. It's like the biggest thing that's happened since the Industrial Revolution. It's happening at 10 times the speed, and people some people don't realize. That's amazing to me. You're doing the rounds. Yeah. Goldie, thank you for some spinning. Can I get some nachos in the chat? Absolutely, 1000%. By the way, I need to show you something very cool. Quickly, Nacho, I need to show you something cool. Just hang in there for a moment. We're going to do it. Let me just bring up, where is it? I got to roll the dice, and there we go. Look at what it tells me. Look at what it tells me every time I open up my stream dashboard. See that? It says, great job. In the last 30 days, it's still staying over 1,000 times, Nacho. Over 1,000 uses of the spinning nacho. It's getting used freaking everywhere. And that's just not in our channel. That's everywhere else. That's in all the other channels that it's getting used that much. How's that? That's nuts. Yeah. So, let's see. So, where were we up to? It's awesome. Great, man. I'm really glad that we made it and that you like it. That's awesome, man. Zachin, first you must explain how the tiny man got inside the computer screen. It's like there's a brain in the computer and it can think like a human can think. And then you have the neurons and the synapses and the axons and the dendrites and then reinforcement learning and back propagation, and then you lost her. You completely lost her at that point. Just say, computer now smart. Computer think big things, like person think big things, but faster. Done. Explained. Actually, you know what? I shouldn't even say it like that. I'm pretty freaking sure that if she's your sister, Nacho, she's probably really smart and switched on. And even, I'm sure she's exceptional in some other way, not related to computers, probably. And, it is cool if you get to teach her about something so important, right? Ooh. I'll check those out later, Goldie. I'm gonna just, let me... Ooh. That's cool. That's getting a bookmark. That's definitely getting a bookmark for later inspection. Yeah, guess who's the top chatter? Of course. Of freaking course. No surprise there. That's incredible. Very, very cool. All right. Let's not get too far off task. K means clustering. Right. Yep. For sure. Yeah, she's... the two I see at Toyota Finance, most inspirational person in our family. I mean, besides you, Nacho. I think you take that number one spot, but like the second in command at Toyota Finance is a big responsibility. Yeah. That's something else. Someone talks too much. Who else would it be? Goldie's here all the time. It's not necessarily quantity, but like, it's not that he talks more than anyone else, it's that he's here longer than anyone else. Okay, so here's where we're at. When the server finishes loading the project, open the main menu, oopsie daisy, and click, open the main menu and click start, and click island settings, then click log. Oh, we didn't need a whole new scene just for that, guys. So, island settings, log. 2 + 2 = 4. Hello world. Sick. Check it out, guys. We've got logging running. So let's go have a quick look at our actual logic for this thing. So here's our hello world device. If we go verse and we go look at our VS Code project. Any moment now. Any minute now. Unreal, it can be a little slow. I'm surprised by how slow that actually goes. And look at that, it's opened it in a different kind of window from what I would have expected. But anyway, here we go. So, assets, we should be able to see. So where is it? Our hello world device.verse. And now we're able to see our printing. So we can see that our logic is coming through inside of our editor. And so yeah, now we are successfully running code in Fortnite, which is excellent. That's really, really good. This is the starting point of so many cool things. Psych, you're number 3 in chats? Hell yeah. You got your number 3 in global chats in Twitch. You're number 2 in YouTube chats. That's freaking awesome. Goldie is fam. I know, right? I feel like he's fam since he found this stream. He was like literally the first person in this stream and he has not left since then, Nacho. He found me at that game jam and he hung out the whole goddamn time. It was epic. It was awesome. You're like an older brother to me, except a nice one at that. Yeah, hell yeah. This place, I'm starting to realize, like, a good community becomes family, guys. It becomes family. Not only were you the early adopter, you were the first mover, Goldie. You were numero uno, the longest subscriber that there ever can be. That's quite the achievement, man. That's quite the achievement. All right, cool. So we now are seeing how to, like, it's kind of annoying that we went all the way into the scene just to see that. What we really needed was just like that log. We just needed to be able to access that log. The fact that we have this now is the starting point of a lot of cool stuff. So that's exciting. That's progress. So let's take it from there. In the log, find the line that says hello world, followed by 2 + these next lines from the hello world device file. Because you added the verse created device file to your level code, its code ran when you started the game. Excellent. Now that you've run your first verse program, let's look at the code in the hello world device verse and change it. Keep the client running for the next section. Yes, still running. Modify the program. Follow these steps to view the hello world devices.verse file, which creates the device from previous section, then add a new line of code. From the menu bar, click Verse Explorer to see all your verse files in the project. Under your project's name, double-click the hello world to open that file. We've already done that. We opened it in, well, we used we used Cursor instead of VS Code, but same thing. It'll ask me to install. We're not going to do that. The verse code extension is an extension via VS Code that provides verse error syntax. We already have that. We have all of this installed, I believe. We managed to adapt it to work for, so there's verse building. that said, I do notice they have a few other little, they do have a few more commands than we have. So I'm just going to show you what we've got, because that's a little different. At the moment, we've got these, like just two. We've got the Verse icon and the Unreal icon, where they had more icons, but I'm not necessarily going to be concerned about that just yet. Nacho Pants, you haven't locked Dolly outside again, have you? What are you talking about, Psych? Nacho would never do that to Dolly. And Dolly isn't even in Tasmania right now. She's traveling, and I believe she's somewhere north. Is she in Brisbane now? I think she's in Brisbane, if you've been paying attention. If you've been paying attention, I think she said she was packing last stream. So there's that. Where are we at? Okay. This extension is enabled automatically when you launch UEFN. If you uninstall the extension, it will be reinstalled when you launch. That's a little invasive. That's not nice. They shouldn't be doing that. You can verify the installation of the Verse code extension by the presence of the editor focus, bind Verse changes, and push Verse change buttons at the top right. Okay, yep. Is that what the Unreal does? Disconnect from the Verse workflow server. No, we don't want to do that. We're already locked in. You'll see the rest of the code works later, but for now, any code that you enter under onBegin will run when the game begins. So add the following code at the end of the file. Yep. Hey, thank you so much. That's really awesome of you. Glursky. Welcome, Glursky, to the followers of the channel, man. That's awesome. If you're into like Unreal and UEFN, like, yeah, like follow along. We're going to be doing coding Fortnite for a fortnight. And this is day one. This is day one of our adventure. We're learning a new programming language, which is Verse. And that's, yeah, here. We'll zoom this in so you guys can get a better look at it. So we're going to be learning Verse. So yeah, come along and learn a new language with me if you're interested in that. It seems pretty simple. I think there's lots of like, I'm going to have to learn that new shortcut for, where was it? It's gonna, these shortcuts. I lost my configuration for shortcuts. I used to use like a, anyway, we can do it like that for now. And then we could rerun. Sure, let's go. Hell yeah. I like your enthusiasm, man. That's momentum I can get behind. Snolzy, I can't believe I watched the VOD of Seth killing teddy bears. No, I'm sorry, Snolzy. I'm sorry, they needed to be shot. We even coded it so that you lost points. You lost points doing it. We made it a bad thing, but we had to test it. We had to test it, Snolzy. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. How about, to make it up to you, we add some good teddy bears to future games that look like your teddy bear from your, that look like this teddy bear. We'll put this teddy bear into a future minigame just to make it up to you. How about that? I'm sorry though. Yay. When there's a chance for a teddy bear, I'll like pass that image to the artists and we'll try and get that in, okay? But yeah, great to have a new follower, Glurk. No, hold on. Glursky. What should your nickname be? We have a system for nicknames, and when nicknames are particularly difficult, I try and add them to that so that I have an easier time writing them. But yeah, we can do that. We can do that if you just tell me how you'd like to be referred to. But I can call you Glurhar, or maybe Ski. Ski seems easy. I'm gonna go with Ski. So welcome, Ski, to the chat. The big boss, yeah, exactly. Okay, the big boss. We can do that. Hold on. Do we even? What file was that in? So we'll code that up real quick. So let's see here. If I go File, Open File, and then It's probably in C work. We still have it in FastV Stream Tools. Then we put it in, I believe it was infrastructure. No, this is in presentation still. It was living then in, no, it wasn't presentation. This is in infrastructure, then stores, then names. Oh, there's a lot of paths here. Name state. And then we can add a new one in here. Though it's still not going to work for, this is going to be Big Boss for GLUHARSKI. Cool. And then you know what? I'm even going to do a little bit of a reboot just to prove that this thing can work nice and quickly. You'll see everything around it go die any minute now. I wonder why this takes so long to shut down. It's an interesting thing. It's an interesting thing that it would do that. Nachoski. A nachoski. Ski was good? Alright, ski. Ski works. Ski. It's Polish, not a narcissist. It sounds Polish when you say nachoski. It's like Tchaikovsky, but with a nacho. Seb didn't catch that Dolly was traveling. Just was looking at weather in Launceston. Oh, I mean, she got home at about 11 p.m. last night. Yeah. See, I was right, psych. I was right. I called it. Okay, so that can rerun now. All of this stuff will come alive. I need a better thing for when like my systems die than those white boxes. I think those white boxes are not ideal. We need something better for that. But they're about to come alive again. I've got like this 15 seconds, and then I need a faster way to like watch these files and reload them. There we go, and we're back. And then we've got Nacho, the exclamation mark in the chat, and we need one more message from you, Ski. One more message, and then we'll see Ski come up. If you don't mind, when you are ready. Okay. Where were we at? Sidetrack. Side quest. Okay, so we changed the code. I mean, I kind of believe it. I understand the workflow. I don't know that we necessarily need the... Though, do we have to redeploy the whole server every time we make code changes? It's a really interesting question. Oh, man. She had a 4-hour layover in Melbourne and spent the whole time watching Seb. Like, she said that she mentioned that she was traveling, that she had the layover. I didn't realize it was a Melbourne layover for 4 hours. Like, you know, gosh, maybe we could have got lunch or something. Though it would have been pretty late at that point in time, if I recall, because I was streaming fairly late. So, and I was on stream too, so I was busy. But who knows? Yeah. Anyway, I don't know what is. Yeah, and like, I don't even. Nacho, I'm not sure how like deeply technical she is too. I hope she's learning a lot of interesting stuff. I'm not sure what she. I know she streams, so she is pretty competent. Like it's not that easy to stream, guys. Like. There's a lot of technical stuff that goes into streaming well, so she must be a semi-decent computer user. But I don't know, you know, if she's really into like software engineering the way that we're doing on this stream. Like I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled that she's enjoying the content. Went to the mainland for ultrasounds, etc. Seems she's all good. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! I didn't realize it was travel for like medical reasons, Nacho, but that's like so. That's so freaking good news that she's all good. Man, of course. No, like, you know, she's here sharing what she's up to, saying that, letting me know that she's watching while in the layover, and that's incredible. I'm glad that I'm keeping people entertained. Hold on, we're chatting here anyway. We talked about it. It was 5:30 to 9:30 p.m. or something, so it was just not practical. Yeah. She's only technical if she's winning an argument against me, which is all of them. But no, you've been her inspiration for... Oh, dude, I used ChatGPT today. Do you think Seb would be proud of me? Like yes, I am. I am. If more people can use that stuff to enhance their lives, definitely am. That's so fantastic. That's really, really cool. That's awesome. Maybe I need to do more like entry level. Oh, Nacho, you missed it before. We did like a basics of programming thing as a part of what we're doing right now. There was like a, I'll rewind it and maybe I can clip it like for, I'll clip it for later. But we went over this. Where is it? Maybe it's here? There was like a video that explained the basics of programming. Was it here? Ah, I've lost it. It'll be in the VOD. It'll be in the VOD somewhere, but like there was basically a video that explained the basics of like writing a program. It did it in very like simple ways, but at the same time, like it was a cool thing for people who have never really programmed before. 2 + 2 = fish. I've even started using ChatGPT since watching Seb as well. Not all the time though. Yeah. I think prompt engineering, like getting really good at prompt engineering, if you're not going to do programming, at least learning to prompt well. I swear, guys, like since when I first saw ChatGPT, I kind of just like went mind blown. I stepped back and went, oh my God, this is going to change the world. How do I invest in this? That was my first instinct. And then like at the time I was dating a girl who was learning real estate. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to do your whole online course for you in like a weekend instead of you doing this over the next like 4 months. And like actually did it. Actually just was like, okay, I'm going to use this before like people catch on to the fact that you can. And I just like locked in, got like hyper focused and was like, okay, let's see if I can use this thing to solve a whole bunch of problems. And it was like, yeah, it was really like, and since then, honestly, I spend a huge amount of time working with AIs, now not just GPT, but so many of them. So like watching me do it, like I don't realize that maybe the ways that I interact with them are like novel and different. And you know, it's cool to hear that like seeing me do it on stream has changed the way that maybe like, you know, maybe Dolly, the way that she does stuff as well. That's pretty cool. But yeah. Pause champ verse coding. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we side questing here to talk about AI a little bit, but like I am fascinated by it. There is this insane psych thing. Seb and I chat a bit. He's way smarter at explaining this stuff than me. Nah, I don't know, dude. I hope I do a good job of it. I like to yap. I did, you know, I have spent a lot of time teaching too, Nacho. That's the other thing. I've spent a lot of time like, you know, teaching at universities, teaching people inside of my company, teaching, you know, martial arts. I did that at a really young age. So like a lot of my life has been teaching. So I'll take that compliment and say like, yeah, I've worked really hard and learned a lot about how to communicate. I hope I do a good job of it. I hope I make it interesting and engaging. I think the best thing I do when teaching is like just be enthusiastic and break things down into simple things. But a human being now goes, I'll Google it. Yeah, it's an innate verb. Absolutely. And not even like, you know, I'll GPT it most like often now. I think I don't use Google nearly as much as I use LLMs. Changing the behavior to go, yeah, I wonder who won the most golf tournaments. Yeah, right. Okay, I get that. Notice that I skipped the swear word there. I mean, actually, let's have a quick look at what's going on with, when I restarted the application, the count would have been lost. I need to restore state for that. That's important because if I put this on fastest computer soon, then that's going to be an important thing. I don't want the application dying and then losing the progress. So I have to do that before I deploy it. But yeah, making your brain go GPT first is the learning curve. Did you guys see that they added a new feature today? Actually, side quest. Definitely side quest to show you guys this coolness, because this is the coolest thing I've seen in a while. Have a look at this awesomeness. All right, so have a look, guys. You can now do there's a new tool here, agent mode. So let's say balance urgency and cost and find me the best value flight to Tasmania in the next 3 days. Check this out. So we're going to do something different that you guys might not have seen before. And because I use like literally, I think I must prompt, I must be in like the 0.001 percentile of people using ChatGPT, because I've just stuck with it. And I use tokens and I use it in my coding and I integrate with the API and I do all this stuff. So often when they're releasing new features, I get these, and there might be other people starting to get it, but I've had this for a little while now. I can engage tools, like I get the research previews of tools. This one is absolutely blowing my mind, because check out what it can do. Check this out. You guys are going to love this. So this opens a web browser on a remote computer, and it feeds the information through into something that you can actually see as it interacts with. So it creates a new computer with a browser, and then it'll drive that browser. So yes, we're going from Tolmarine. So not only does it think, it can now demonstrate like visually. Just wait for this. Here we go. There it is. So see, it's like doing a search. It's showing the results. It's now, that's not me scrolling through results. It's like, it's reading websites right now and finding results and then explaining what it's doing over the web browser. That little cursor, that's its cursor. And see how it's using google.com and it shows it up in the top left. It's like, yeah, it's really cool. And it's got this live thing. You can rewind and see like what steps it did as it was searching. It's decided Jetstar. So it could do all this stuff before, but now it's like communicating what it does in a way that's really interesting. And when it finds good results, it's actually going to show us the results in a web page, so you get a good idea of what it's doing. This is the next thing, guys. This is really cool. It opened a new tab. It's doing a new search. It's really sweet. Okay, for example, hey Siri has never ever become a behavior for me. Yeah, me neither. I can quite literally shout at my phone when I'm curious about trivia. Seb is an evangelist in this space. We're all learning from him and how to approach the unknown. Absolutely. And now ChatGPT is the Google of AI. It's the most fluid, crazy, cool environment. It's the place to be. It really, yeah, it is. It is. It still is. Until, depends. Like, actually, ChatGPT is not in the lead in terms of like coding AI agents. It's not in the lead for like image generation agents. Like right now, I'd say Midjourney has jumped ahead again. For video, it's still VO3. But for this kind of stuff, this kind of like cool integration where it's drawing all these different things together and like having multimodal stuff, I think they are winning the race for AGI, for artificial general intelligence. There's no one's close for general stuff. Is that a finished swear jar I see? Yes, it is, Knight. Welcome back, dude. It's running. It's functioning quite well. We found one more tweak, like its state. I still need a little bit more work on state, but otherwise it's pretty much done. Like AI travel agent, like not only that, it's like AI anything that you need to do with a web browser. This agent mode, it can do so much cool stuff that it couldn't do, and it can communicate to you visually what it's doing as it works with browsers, right? That's the thing that's really cool. It's like, it's actually going to communicate what it's doing in a visual way, and it'll show you the results, and it can load a web page, show you the web page, and interact with the web page in a way that it couldn't before. Like previously, it was like reading data, but now it's interacting with a web browser. That's what this new feature is doing. If it can properly be good at, it will say, flying to Tasmania is a terrible idea. Take your sister out for lunch instead. That's kind of why I just use this as an example, Nacho, but like, it could do far more complicated things. It's kind of wild, right? I can absolutely try one for you, Nacho. What do you want to find me accommodation for 8 people? Yeah, we can do that. We can run that one next. So it's reading through a bunch of stuff. We'll let it finish and then like give us the results. And then I'll do one more for accommodation for 8 people at PAX this year. 100%. It has to figure out the hierarchy of thought. Yeah. It does a lot of that type of stuff as it thinks. Okay, hold on. So it has to figure out the hierarchy of thought. Yes. It would just do Melbourne to LST or Melbourne to HBA airport codes. You see at the start, it confirmed like which Melbourne it was, like which airport it was flying out of. It said, I'm going to assume it's Tullamarine. Okay, so it's now drawn all this information out from. So actually, that's freaking amazing. That's amazing value. That found a really, really good one. So yeah, like those results, they're like, I've been experimenting with this and the quality of the results is really, really high. So it's saying the best one would be, and like, go check that out. I'll drop this in the chat. So if you want to go have a look at like, confirm all this data, that one's that it says that offers the best value, and it gave us some good alternatives, and it gave us a giant table of the different options along with associated costs, and includes things like the baggage included in the results, which are important things to consider. All right, hold on. We'll do a new one. So new chat. We're going to go take agent mode. And then the other thing that we were going to do is find me accommodation for 8 people in Melbourne this year. Any other constraints, Nacho? Like, it should be a rather nice place, but we want to minimize spending to hotels that offer a high level of comfort, but at a good value price point. So we'll let that run. It can probably cover that for you too. Just give me until Monday. Yeah, right. What did you use for voice recognition for the jar? Endo, we used Whisper. Yeah. Nacho's onto it. Nacho's 100% onto it. So already, like, there it goes. It's going and looking up information for packs. It's like skimming past things and skipping past Facebook posts. Can it organize a PAX pub crawl? 100% Night Streamer. It could do that. It can definitely do that. I'm here for work too. I'm doing GCAP with a workmate. Okay, that's really cool. I'll be there for GCAP too, Goldie. So we can hang out over like the Gangs Connect stuff as well as the PAX stuff. Not in the garbage bin. And walking distance to the venue, arbitrary stuff. I should have put in the walking distance to the venue. But should we stop it and introduce a new one? I only have so many tokens for this. Attention required, Cloudflare. Look, this might be it, like getting blocked by, that was a page that it says it's inaccessible because it's checking for humans. That's hilarious. So it just like skips straight past that result. Nacho, if you want some tickets for the Game Award, dude, yes, actually, Nacho, the Game Awards are amazing. The Game Awards are such a huge event. I've been talking with IGEA about maybe getting, getting Fast to potentially be one of the people hosting it on a live stream. That conversation has been ongoing. I need to circle back to them because they seemed interested in something like that a while back, but like maybe now that's a more viable thing to do. I don't know about like me live streaming it. I wasn't streaming when we were first having that conversation, so. But look at this, guys. Look at that. Can you see that it actually has the page up? And see that? It went and looked for travelers. It put in 8 people, and then it clicked search on hotels.com. Right? Look at that. It's using the website. It's using the website right in front of our eyes here, entering 8 people, and then searching through the results and being like, oh, that one looks good. Right? It's like, this is the coolest thing. This is currently the coolest thing I'm seeing AI do. And it's brand spanking new. Like, this has just been released a few days ago. So, yeah, the fact that it can do this, the fact that we can see this page as it operates is like, this is the bleeding edge presently, right? You could, yeah, it's really cool. You could use this for automated UI UX testing. Yeah, I've also been playing with an AI that does user interface and user experience design, which is producing some crazy good results. I'm actually I'm really interested in what that's doing. Selenium, I mean, you can drive Selenium with code, so Selenium has some utility in a different space, but in terms of like what I think this is doing, this is like far more. Like, Selenium is good because you can write tests with it. You can use Selenium to write tests that you run over and over and over, and it doesn't require a remote cloud computer in order to execute the test. So like, I still see a place for Selenium, but this is going to replace, like, you know, so much stuff. And Nacho, yeah, like, exactly. That's like, find me the cheapest insurance and stuff like that. And I honestly think that people used to be, you know how like there's a whole massive industry built up around SEO, like search engine optimization? That's dead. That is dead. I think if you can become expert at AI, like AI searchability, making your website accessible for AI, that's the new thing to do. Is you don't want to be optimized for Google anymore. Nobody cares about that going in, like in the future. For the next like 1 or 2 years, maybe SEO is going to be valuable, but the number one thing that's going to make your site produce more results is being SEO, but more importantly, like AI navigable. Like if an AI can interact with the site effectively, that's going to be where you're going to get so many new leads, because this here is how people in like 6 months, like to a year, I think more and more people are going to be using AI to do this type of research, right? Where it's just driving a web browser, right? It's using the internet in a really, really like cool way that we haven't seen it be able to do very much yet. So we totally could have put in that walking distance constraint. I live in Melbourne with a vegan and a gluten monster, and they want to buy a French bulldog. How much is the dog, and what do I feed my roommates? That's definitely going to confuse it. It'll need to pick that apart and treat those two queries separately, but it's smart enough to do it. That's the thing. That's what I was curious about. What does it determine to be walking distance? Like, look, I have done some really cool queries recently where it was like, I am going to Melbourne Central. I need to pick up these 4 items, and it will say like, what should I get? And it'll be like, oh, these stores are great things for those locations. And then I'll say, okay, give me the optimal route to walk. And it will be like, okay, start at this entrance, walk to this shop, then go to that shop, then go to that shop, then go here, then go there, and that gives you the shortest path. And it's like, that's really smart. That's really, really smart, you know? And it can do that stuff. It can totally do that stuff. It can handle really complicated queries and results. Actually, I stopped paying attention there for a moment, and I missed what it was doing in a terminal. I saw that it was doing something in a terminal, which is really, really interesting. But also notice how much time it's taking to do this. Like it's sticking with the task in a way where the quality, like it takes longer to run. It takes much longer to run, but the quality of the results is like I haven't seen it this good yet. I haven't seen results this good yet. It's pretty cool. And I realize now I've been ranting about this for about 15 minutes. It's been doing this search, and like we've done 2 searches and we're completely on a side quest from our UEFN work, but this is cool, guys. I feel like this feature set, this is maybe if you're seeing it here first, like it could be the case that you're seeing it here before you see it anywhere else, because these research preview features, they're not widely available yet, but oh my God, they're cool. They're so cool. So I'm gonna like minimize this get back to it, and it should report to us when it's done. And I can, okay, hold on, here we go. It's building its own list of like next steps and stuff like that. So confirm that it's going to check back with us. It's going to check availability. Okay, there we go. Boom. And my phone just buzzed to let me know that the long running query finished, which is freaking awesome. And I can now do this for you, Nacho. So I'm going to copy that link. And there you go, Nacho. That's the results for like booking for 8 people at PAX, right? And so we can also say, actually, hold on. Did we say PAX? Look at that. Look at that. Look at that here. This thing, we didn't need to tell it within walking distance. It's automatically figured out. It's done the thinking. It's done the thinking for us, and it's gone, okay, if they want, you know, the reason we're doing this is PAX. We told them it was PAX, right? We said 8 people for PAX in Melbourne. It already knows that that means that the apartment needs to be near the Melbourne Convention and Exhibition Centre. It's like it can connect those dots for us, right? We didn't need to clarify. So there's a link to it. You can take that and you can probably rely on some of that information there. The very, 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 very cool thing is if we wanted to, Nacho, we could now tell it to make the bookings for us. We could tell it to make the bookings for us. And like with OAuth and stuff, we'd have to sign into like, you know, whatever, and we could give it our credit card information, whatever. But it can actually do that stuff. Scroll up. Confirm your group's priorities, check availability, book early. Yeah. It literally tells you the walking distance. Yeah. Exactly. Distance to the, yeah, it literally tells us the walking distance. Exactly. 18 minutes, 4 to 13 minutes, 2 minutes walk, Crown Plaza. This was one of the recommendations from chat, right? This is one of the recommendations for chat. It tells you the price per room. It tells you the number of rooms. It tells you the total price. It's like, damn, it's pretty good. It's pretty freaking good. I'm not gonna lie. I think, yeah, it's like it keeps getting progressively better. And it's been a while since I saw a big leap, because like the leaps have been getting more like slowing down a little bit as things have been progressing. But like this one seems like a leap, right? It seems like a leap to me. So yeah, you have to pay a bit more. You have to pay a fair bit more to get that particular agent. And I think you probably, even no matter what you pay, you can't get it until they move it out of the preview. But it's pretty cool. That's a 1-hour search. Yeah, right? Make a coffee, come back. Yeah, absolutely. I'm so thrilled with how effective that tool is. And the thing is, you can use it for so many other things. It's just, it's truly agentic. It's truly like you can give it permissions, and you can give it access to things like, and you can just say like, go find me the best, you know, dog feeder on the internet for that I can, you know, that I can hack in order to connect to my like Twitch integrated thing. It'll like, it lightens the load of that type of work significantly. It's really cool. If you said, and show me 5 pictures of the rooms, can it do that as well? Yeah, it can definitely do that, Nacho. Do you want to see it? So do you want 5 pictures of each of the rooms, or do you want to see 1 picture for each of the different options? What would you like to see? Let me know. And we'll have it run and do that. So we can give you, like, straight up give you that prompt. Oh, it's okay. I wasn't sure if it was static/strings only. No, it can put pictures in here as well. It's this is Markdown, and Markdown supports introducing like images like inline. I don't see it do that very often, but it can do that. But yeah, it's cool. It's pretty cool. It's something else. Whether it could embed multimedia, it's yeah. It can't do. I don't think it can do videos, but it can do images. Show me the top 5 clips of a handsome Twitch streamer that only started streaming 6 months ago but hit partner in record time. Oh man, that's pretty. It would go find a picture of this guy, maybe. Probably not. I've only been doing this 3 months, really, like pushing 4 if you include that one random game jam, but like 3 months now. So little time. I was about to say 6 years strong, but no. Oh, dude. Oh, good, dude. All good. All good. Oasis! Amazing! How you doing, Oasis? What's up? How was the stream? We've just been hello. It's good to see you. We've just been checking out some new AI features from ChatGPT's new agent mode, and we're in the process of doing a little bit Unreal Engine development. Yeah. So the next thing we're working on is we're going to be making some Fortnite maps over the. I'm coding Fortnite for a fortnight. That's what's happening. So we're learning a new programming language. We're learning this language here. It's called Verse. It's what Epic Games made in order to make Fortnite maps. So I'm learning the new programming language, and we're seeing it. Big shout out to Oasis. It's really good to see you. I tuned in earlier to have a look at your stream, and oh my god, it was going off. That game seemed really fun. How cool is that? It's that's so good. It's so good. I love that those game nights that you're doing, Oasis, are such they're a hit. Like, you are bringing so many people together and creating so many amazing moments with what you're doing. It's really cool of you to do that. And so thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it, Oasis. It's really good to see you here. And by the way, I don't know if we're still doing Star Wars laser tag on Saturday, but I'm super keen if it still goes ahead. Nacho's here. Nacho, apparently the crazy man, he wants to book accommodation for 8 people at PAX, which is insane. And so I've been showing him some of the new AI features that OpenAI has introduced, and look at this. It's telling him how long it is to walk to the thing. It's telling him how much per room. It's giving the total cost. It's gonna do so many cool things. But yeah, it doesn't seem like everyone's keen for this weekend, so we'll do it next weekend. Okay. My follow-up question was going to be can a friend of mine jump in and join join the laser tag, because I've got a friend visiting from Brisbane this weekend who I reckon we would have had a lot of fun doing that. She's a pretty active person. She really enjoys activities like laser tag, but I guess she'll miss it. We'll find other things to do. But next weekend sounds amazing. Follow-up question, Oasis. Should we be dressing up as Star Wars characters for this? I heard that maybe Dev will be Darth Vader. Should I go find my best Han Solo outfit, or what's the deal? It's probably going to be more like 25 people? Jesus Christ. How do you have to book out a whole floor of a hotel for that, Nacho? That will be so sick. Yeah, right? We can definitely do that. We can definitely do some dress up. By the way, check it out, Oasis. Look, we made our own custom chat. So this chat you're seeing on the right, we coded it together. All of us coded it on stream. The swear jar's working. Here's the swear jar demo. It's here, I'll refresh that to get it up to speed. But yeah, it's lagging a little bit behind, so we have to optimize it a bit, but it's still working and it'll catch every time I swear. And so we have our own custom chat. We've also got we made see here, have a look. We made we can put little chat messages wherever we want, however we want them. So we're doing them down there. We made at the top right, actually, if I jump over here, we made this for Fass's subathon, but I've adapted it to this. And you can see the top supporters. You can see Nacho shining at the top of the leaderboard. How cool is it? We're making so many cool things, and right now we're starting to get the point where we're hacking. Not hacking it really, but sometimes these things, they crash still, like has just happened here. But we can rerun them, and so yeah, we've just been changing Fortnite codes. So we've got our own code running inside of Fortnite now, Hold on. You'll probably be cold next weekend. What the? Nacho! Nacho, stop! No! Oh my god. Again, you keep doing this, Nacho. You don't need to do this, dude. Hold on. We're bringing that up here. What the hell? What have you done, Nacho? Thank you so much for the 100 gifted subs. I really appreciate it, man. You're such a big supporter of this stream. I need a like leaderboard freak out page where I can go to quickly like. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And we've got DMBC K thanking you for the gifted sub. That's incredible. Thank you. I really appreciate that, Nacho. That's huge. Man, every freaking time you're around, we can just hang out, man. We can just hang out on this stream. You don't have to go dropping subs like that every time. I really appreciate it, though. Thank you so much, Nacho. Thank you. I should probably build a leaderboard with widgets in it. I know, right? Dev said she liked nachos and you cooked, and it has to happen again, so sucked in. Is this okay? We can do it. If you want another nacho cooking stream, if that's what you want, I made the best vegan, like gluten-free nachos the world has ever seen. Everyone loved them. I can do it again if that's how you want to be honored, Nacho, for your contributions to the channel. We can do another cooking stream. I've got the whole scene set up in OBS now. It's not so much trouble to do it. I know the ingredients. I know I did it right. I won't burn the kitchen to the ground this time. I promise. Guys, before we, can I please get some freaking hyper nachos in the chat for Nacho? Thank you, Nacho. This is why we made a variant, like a bunch of emotes for you. Hold on, you can all see that I still have to do emotes. This is another thing. If you make your own, thank you, Oasis. I haven't implemented the, yes, thank you, Goldie, for the hyper nachos. I haven't done any of the icons yet. I still have to do that. That's one of the downsides of building everything yourself, is that you, like, look at this, it's ridiculous. We're at 108 of our 10 goal. That's nuts. Yeah, thank you. Spam those nachos in the chat, guys. Spam the nachos in the chat. Thank you so much. It's amazing. I should build, yes, a portal with leaderboard widgets in it. I totally could do that. I think we have some good ideas about how we could get that out to people. Nacho, I can't wait to do that. My crew and Seb's crew are going to build incredible stuff. Hell yeah, we are. I implemented some new stuff recently that's just bugged out and crashed it all. So that's why we're getting this crazy stuff. But we 100%, I can't wait to do that, Nacho. And like, we need to get more concrete. We need to lock away some like resources for that to make sure that it's all like, nothing else comes up. Thank you, Blade, for the follow. I appreciate that so much. Oh my God, you guys are still spamming this like, we broke it. That's how many nachos we got in the chat. That's freaking incredible. Thank you, everyone. And we got some first time chatters dropping the nachos as well. Oh my God. It's I hope you can all see it. I hope you can all see the chat with the hyper nachos from Twitch, because right now I haven't done emotes. I need to do emotes. I need to integrate the Twitch emotes, but yeah, okay, so you came at the best possible time there, Oasis. Thank you for dropping by with your raid. You guys are all ready to see the hype that happens when Nacho goes nuts like that. Nothing in moderation in this stream, that's right. Yeah, that's it. This is exactly why Goldie, oh my God, yeah. So this is why you have over 1,000 uses of the Hyper Nacho in other chats, Nacho. It's because you do this and people go nuts and they drop that Nacho emote. It's evidence of your generosity is what it is. Oasis, when I checked out, like on the, how to explain it, on your like stream dashboard, you can see how many times an emote gets used. like Nacho's emote is by far the most used emote. And you all are like literally you're breaking the so many nachos that the freaking stream tools are breaking. Oh, I need to fix this. Luckily I have logs of all of this. So like when the stream is done, I can deconstruct it. I can deconstruct the code and figure out what went wrong with it. But literally you all are breaking it by overloading it with nachos. I'm looking at the, yeah, we can see it here. Hold on. I'll show you guys. So here's the code that's breaking, and it's too many people logging messages at the same time. We need to handle like multiple, like, you know, we need to stress test this system because it's saying that the process cannot access the file because it's already being used by another process. And what this actually means is it's busy writing like nachos to, it's writing nachos to the database, and everybody's spamming it with nachos, and it's happening too frequently. So one write isn't finishing and the next one's trying to come in and write more nachos, and it's going, nah, freak out. So I definitely need to use something called mutex, like mutual exclusion, to ensure that like we don't write nachos too many times like that, because that's going to cause it to crash. But oh my God, guys, thank you everybody for completely even more rocket with the dancing nacho spin. Oh my God. Hype level is at 110% here. It's done it again. Oh my God, we've crashed it again. Like it literally exploded because of too many nachos. That's what just happened. Hold on, I'm gonna get it running again. There we go. It's fixed. The nachos are back. What's that over? Okay, hold on. I wanna. Oh, hold on. What's this for, Oasis? Okay. Don't click that. That's awkward. Sorry. What was it? What was it, Oasis? I had no hesitation. My trust in you was so complete that I'm like, if Oasis is sending it, I'm gonna click it. Instant link click. That's the level of trust we have, Oasis. That's what's going on. Nacho, no! Stop it! Again! Holy crap, now we're gonna break it again. Nacho, you don't need to keep dropping subs, dude. You can just hang out. We can just be friends and chat, man. You don't have to like completely smash my stream with subs over and over and over. Thank you, dude. Dude, seriously, like that's good, man. We good. You're smashing that leaderboard. It's your first place is secured. Nobody's gonna come close. I promise. That is now, all right, we're gonna go to the demo scene. Yeah, I'll show you how this works, Oasis. So we've got this, like, we can make a new OBS browser overlay, and we can like configure it a whole bunch. So we're gonna make a new one. I'll close this out. We're gonna go to a new scene so that I can freak out about what's happening in it. We'll switch off this stupid swear jar. We're gonna add a new browser source, and it's going to be top 3. We will now, so we can do this. We're gonna drop that. We're gonna go top supporters. Instead of 10, we're gonna go 3. And then we can make it wide, nice and wide. We can see me freaking out there. That one can go off. This one, let's change it again to, where's its width? So I swear you don't have to do this every time, but we're gonna make that like 500. And then we'll zoom it in as well, because we need to see where's our zoom? Somewhere in here is the zoom. We can just do that in OBS actually. There we go. Zoom that up. Holy crap, Nacho. Smashing the top of the leaderboard. Nobody else is even freaking close, dude. Super appreciate it. Your first place position, it's secure. It's not going anywhere. Thank you for the support, man. I really, 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 really appreciate it. And of course, we have to break it again. Obligatory break the code time by spamming the nachos in the chat. Thank you everyone for supporting for getting in and making that hype happen. Really appreciate it. Thank you again, Nacho, dude. And like seriously, like just hang out, man. I'm never gonna get anything done if you keep me like getting razzed up with all of these. Like it's very, very hard to not lose your shit when somebody comes and drops that many subs, dude. So I'm gonna stop freaking out. I'm gonna just be like, I'm gonna be cool about it, and we're gonna move on to other things after we got all those nachos in the stream chat. Thank you so much. Okay, let me catch up on some messages. Okay, so yeah, what was that link about, Oasis? Is that like supposed to be a DM? Was that meant to be a Discord? I'm trying to reach you how to scale your technology, sir. Yes, Nacho, we are going to. We'll scale that stuff to the moon. To the moon, man. I can't wait. More nachos. Absolutely, Night Streamer. Thank you for throwing those in there. I was just gonna offer to delete the link, but that works. Yeah, like Nacho can just clear the screen with a donation so that like it's forgotten if we didn't bring it up just now. But holy crap. Anytime Oasis is unrelated news, I think that you'll be incredible at the ribbon twirling thing at the next Olympics. Believe in yourself. Yep. Yeah, I did freak out. I may have like lost coherence there a little bit crazy. I may not have been speaking English for a small period there. Yeah. Oasis said it right. We appreciate you. That's getting pinned. 100%. 100%. I only do it for the leadership, as it has nothing to do with the content, and I screenshot it as my LinkedIn profile, dude. Oh man, thanks for the parties. Yeah, Sash advice. Is that part of the suggestions for like what we should be wearing at the upcoming ChatGPT understands Seb's freakout? Was something weird happening on the rest of the screen? Hold on, what did Thanks for the fun laugh. Yeah, thank you for the raid, Oasis. Thank you so much for the raid. I really, really appreciate it. That's huge. That was awesome. Seb's only wearing the sash. That's not what will be happening at Laser Tag. We'll be wearing far more. I believe only a sash is not a Star Wars outfit. That does not qualify. Awesome streamer and stream. Take care. All right. Thanks, Oasis. Thank you for the raid. Thank you so much. Have a great night. I'll see you at the gym soon. Okay. We gotta lock back in. I'm thinking next week, lots more time for exercise. I have to get back in there. I think when Fast got sick and stuff, it like, I've nearly got my motorbike repaired. So even if you guys don't give us a lift to the gym, I'll be able to meet you there soon. Yes, Nerd Dungeon sounds epic. All right. Sick. Okay. See you, Oasis. Show some love to Oasis in the chat, guys. I always love to give you guys a lift. Don't stress about that. I know we have really good chats in the, but we also have really good chats at the gym. So, but I'm looking forward to having like a little bit more independence and being able to ride that bike. But a lift to the gym is a 7 out of 10 fun. We don't lift to the gym. We lift at the gym, Oasis. Come on. Yep. It's, a lift to the lift. Exactly, guys. Oh, man. Okay, I really need to get emotes working in our chat, hey, guys, because these nacho spins and these Verticus diamonds, it robs the chat of a little bit of its flair. I will say that much. I would love to be able to, like, see this chat get spammed with nacho spins, like proper nacho spins. But right now, I think everybody we all have the stream chat open anyway, the Twitchy one. But yeah, that's incredible. It seems like a priority now. It is, Goldie, it is. But I also have, there like Overstrand, for instance. Me and him have been talking about Fortnite map ideas, that type of stuff. That's why I'm doing this UEFN stuff. It's for that. I want to be able to make cool things to help the people around me. So it's it's on one hand, it is a priority because when we do streams, we can like, we can have better streams because you don't have to read Nacho spin. You can just like see a spinning Nacho. On the other hand, it's like I've just committed to doing a fortnight of Fortnite. So yeah. We are where we are, mate. Don't stress, it's a journey. You taught me this. New stream widgets on the roadmap that goes for years. Totally. Like, we're making really cool progress on like, I'm really happy with how this chat is working out so far. The fact that I can jump in here and like we can have a chat where, I see Goldie's smiling face and his lustrous beard. Like, that's cool to me. I think that plus like the whole format where it allows us to focus more on one chat at a time. This isn't such a big stream where like chat messages go flying by. This isn't Fast V stream. This is like our cool little stream community. So I think this type of format for like, this is a cool feature, and there are so many more features I want to build into this thing. Not sure, man. Absolutely, Gorky. That is a song that is sung frequently in this stream. No, Goldie, you're absolutely right though. We do need to do it. It is a high priority feature. It's like, yeah, it's something that should go on the list in the Discord. And it's something that like at the moment, maybe like, I didn't say it had to be 12 consecutive days of Fortnite development. Maybe we can take a break in the middle, like maybe on a weekend to introduce some new, some new functionality to this. But I think you're 100% right, Goldie. The emotes having emotes in that text is a pretty high priority for sure. I need a PFP. I need a profile picture on this account. You totally do, Forky. If you could get that set up, then you'll see it in the chat. But otherwise, I guess the purple color's fine too. An actual fade from avatar to emote. So if Goldie spams like 5 nachos or whatever, or I spam 5 goldfish, it actually fades the avatar back and forth. That would be pretty freaking cool. Yeah, and the animated ones too. Like that would be that would be really cool. So every time you use an emote, it uses the emote over the profile picture. That's a cool feature. That should go on the feature list as well. Absolutely. So your emote is in the Discord. You could use it as a profile picture. That's the other thing I'd like to do. I'd like to let people do like, I'd like to let people do stuff where they go and, they go and like drop some kind of command in the chat, and it does things like, pops up the display picture. So it's just like, whoop, it comes up over the stream or something like that. I think that would be really, really cool. Almost like you parse and extract the spam from the text and override the avatar. That would be pretty cool. Maybe something like, what about this, Nacho? Like if somebody spams like 5 of the same emote on the, like in a chat message at the same time, that they appear and then like doubles of them like drop from the emote like confetti. Like so if somebody spams it, that message causes it to just like, I don't know about sounds, but like, I feel like that could be cool. So that if people really want to be like, really want to create hype, they can just like, an animated explosion of exactly. So if somebody spams it 10 times, maybe it appears like once, and then 10 copies of it like explode from screen. That could be cool if it does the same thing. Right, okay, Google Chat has a very, very shit implementation of that. I've never even really used much Google Chat, to be honest, but that would be really cool. Hey, it's good to see a new chatter on YouTube. Arpit, welcome, man. I think at some other time, we could definitely review some portfolios. If you would like some feedback on it, can I recommend that you join the Discord? Let's see, so if you... I hate asking somebody to go to Twitch from YouTube, but if you go look up, you're gonna have to go through Twitch to get to the Discord, and you can drop your portfolio in the project section, and people can have a look at it there. But yeah, there's the link. There's the link on screen. You'll have to retype it. Unfortunately, But you can, if you take a screenshot right now, you can retype that, and that will be a place to get it. So, okay, idea. Goldie has a, sorry, not Goldie. Nacho has a new idea. Imagine if you had a chatter or a person dropping 100 subs or whatever. Your goldfish flash on the leaderboard. Imagine your chat parser makes them shimmer. That could be really cool. Your gold flash on the leaderboard. Yes, 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 yes. We could totally do that. We have a very cool idea, Nacho, as well. And this is for Dev's stream more than mine. I don't know if you heard, but Penny bought a animal feeder. So Penny bought an animal feeder that has been delivered to the house. It arrived yesterday, I think. And what we're going to do is fill it with treats for Dev. We're going to put it on Dev's stream, and then we're going to activate it so if somebody like subs or somebody donates bits, that it dispenses, it dispenses some treats to Dev. A more advanced version of this, where it's going to be like, it's going to essentially be like if the hype train goes off, it's going to, the thought, like Dev's idea was it could like instant disco. So activate a smoke machine, activate like a disco ball, and like lights going all off like in the room, something like that. I think that will be cool for Dev's stream, where she has a whole stream room set up. I'd really love to integrate things like that, so that if you go and, if somebody goes and raids her, that the whole thing turns into like, Nerf gun was another really good idea. Yeah. I think there are so many cool things that we can do now that we've like completely integrated into the Twitch environment with our code base. That's gonna be so fucking fun. That's gonna be really, really cool. But that same thing counts for this too. We can draw. Oh, totally. Actually, you know what? Like straight up, we should have. If your name is on this leaderboard, like you should just in chat. You should come up with that same shimmering effect, like just in the chat by default. Even if you don't donate that, just by being in number one, that should totally transfer to here. Oh, that's a good feature. That's a good feature. That also needs to go in the Discord on, that's what you were saying. Yeah. I thought like when you drop the subs that it happened at that time, but like you should just always be, yeah. That needs to happen. That is very, very, very doable. In fact, I'm going to write that on the Discord right now. Let's see. Check it out. This is our prototype of on-point art in Unreal Engine, by the way. Pretty exciting thing. I'll stay on chatting while I write this up in the Discord. Where is it? It's in the base code stream. So, we need to, in the custom chat, if the chatter is on the leaderboard, use the color from the leaderboard to highlight the chatter with all of the same effects. Leaderboard effects on chat. And then new post. All right, cool. Tag is required. On-screen chat UI. Done. That's now logged in the Discord. Just the border radius thing in gold is easy. Yeah. It is. It's easy. But we can do like the whole other thing. We can do the rest of it. We can like make it as shiny and fancy as in the other place. Barnacules used to do on-stream stuff like that. I think he's an ex-Microsoft programmer. Cool. Yeah, that's really cool. I haven't seen a lot of that stuff, so I'm trying to like just draw inspiration from the people around me to say like what would be cool, and like just entertain any idea, no matter how crazy it is. Like some people overestimate how difficult ideas are. As a channel supporter, the leaderboard should appreciate me for subs, but also sub streak rewards and bits and channel points. Yeah, expenditure to highlight me in chat. Yeah. Fass, halfway through the subathon, she on the second last day, she's like, you know what? We need to start to count everything like bits as well. And we totally need to do that, Nacho. We totally need to do that. The other thing I really want to do is recognize people like Goldie, where Goldie spends a lot of time in the chat. I think people like that need a different kind of recognition. And like VIPs, I think they need different icons. There's a lot that we need to do to customize this chat to be like, yeah, to be more special. The fact that we can do that in a way where like, I don't think that Twitch does a particular, like it has utility. Twitch's chat has a high degree of utility, but it doesn't have a lot of juice, right? That's like a game design term that I feel is really important, is like juice. Things should seem like full of character, full of expression. They should be really like, yeah, Goldie has spent 5 days, 3 hours watching base code. And I'm pretty sure that number is even wrong. That's a low number. That's lower than the actual one, right, Goldie? I think Goldie is indirectly appreciated, VIP and mod, as opposed to like hours clocked. If you get my, yeah, totally. I don't want to avoid spam. You want to avoid spam text. Yeah, absolutely. And you don't want idle/lurk once you're a partner. Yeah, totally true too. Yeah, like absolutely. I think you have a really good insight into what these things should do because you've been so involved with Twitch for such a long time. Not sure. I'm new to this. I'm a noob. I'm a Twitch noob. I might be partner, but I'm still figuring a lot of this stuff out. There's a lot of working out that needs to be done with it, but especially here, yeah, you should try and have a holy shit, great question, bro award. I am awarding you side quest. Man. Look, just chatting today has been the side quest. It's because you come in here and you do this. You do this, Nacho. This is a side quest of its own right there. That's that is side quest material. I don't even know how to respond to a situation like this. It's not the first time you've done it too, dude. You're really like a huge supporter of the channel. I super appreciate it. And it's a worthwhile side quest just to be like, yep. That's solid gamification from one of our best educators. Yeah. Just here to make me feel overwhelmed. It's working, dude. It's working. It is really, really working. Okay. Has an on-stream printer sometimes his chat can use. Night Streamer, I've been thinking of like doing stuff that integrate 3D printers into FAS's next subathons so that like as stream rewards, you know, we might, like Nacho's idea was you should print a physical version of the leaderboard spot, and we could definitely do that. We could do that in like a shiny gold plastic that like encodes the number of subs contributed in the person's name and like a plate on the leaderboard. And you know, at the end of the stream, we could like print that thing and we could stick it on a real leaderboard. And then like a week later, we can send it to the person so they can stick it on a keychain. I think things like that are really, really smart ideas. Really smart ideas that really give people a good sense of like, yeah. Hey, how you doing, by the way, Penny? Did you see that we were just talking earlier about the animal feeder coming through? It's like, it's here. It's actually arrived. I can't wait I just need to do this. There's a few things I need to do. That's the thing, guys. Like, I have a company to run, and now I have so many amazing ideas for this stream. There's too many ideas for this stream that are like really good, and there's only a finite amount of time to do them all in. I think Nutty has a printer set up that prints whenever someone subs to him. That's it. Like, yeah, totally. Is Nutty's a 3D printer, Math, or is it just like a paper printer? Because that's a good doable idea as well. Oh my god, I should mention that to Fass. Maybe she'd like that, because you know what she could do is like once it prints, she could scrunch it up and throw it in her bin instead of having to write things out, right? Like a receipt machine. Okay. Yep. LED screen in the background that his chat could use. Yeah, another idea that we floated around for Fass's stream was like make one of those, like make a little robot and connect it to a Rubik's Cube. So the robot could spin the top row, it could spin the side, and it could spin the bottom, right? And with that, it should be enough to solve the Rubik's Cube. And then we would allow, like, if you do bit donations, you could, with your bit donation message, you could send the instructions for like top, side, bottom. in order like top left, top right, top side, bottom to like twist it, and then it like Stream could actually go and solve the Rubik's Cube, you know, and somebody could fuck it up and like, but in theory, if somebody goes to try to fuck it up, somebody could like submit the opposite twists to undo it, right? It's like, you know, Stream could fight to solve a Rubik's Cube. I think that'd be a pretty incredible task. I think it's a really cool way to get like, you know, Twitch plays Rubik's Cube on fastest stream. Ideas like that are really good ones. That's the problem though, guys. Like there's so many cool ideas that I'm getting now that I'm starting to do this. And like building it on stream, like building these stream tools is just the start. I also need to like, I also can't lose sight of the fact that like I have a game studio, and so I need to be trying to find ways to make games. And that's huge. Lucaria, I noticed that in all of the excitement, you dropped 25 bits and cheered as well. So thank you very much, Lucario. I'm sorry I missed it when it happened. That's incredible. It's very overwhelming when Nacho drops 200 subs like that. It's a lot. It's a lot. So yeah, thank you so much for the cheer in the midst of all that chaos. But yeah, you're right, Night Streamer. It's going to be fun. It's just going to be fun. We have a lot that we need to do to make this stream, you know, continue the way that it's going. You're busy, lots of ideas, not enough time. Absolutely. Yeah, it's always the problem. There's so many ideas and not enough time to do them all. But if this keeps up, like if the stream keeps growing the way that it's growing and it keeps seeing the kind of support that it's seeing, then it will be more and more viable for me to treat this as a real thing, not just like a thing that we do on the side, right? And more I'm finding ways to like just chip away at them. Absolutely. It's like eyes on the stars, feet on the ground, taking one step at a time. The journey of 1,000 steps starts with a single one, and so every day you can kind of just like look at what the next most sensible thing to do is and do that, and then just like keep going. Yeah, keep going. You're absolutely right. But you know, I'm also finding smart ways to combine different things, like I think UEFN, if I get pretty good at doing that, and I can, like, I've been giving my team at Actuator lots of time to work on UEFN to get better themselves. If we as a team become really good at doing that, that's going to be another way where we can, like, on stream I'll be able to develop the UEFN maps, and then we can give them to content creators to use their creator codes, and that will be another way to actually like turn this stream into revenue so that I can spend more time doing this. Because frankly, guys, I'm absolutely loving it. I'm absolutely loving doing the streaming thing. It's so much fun. I can't believe how much fun I'm having with it. It's incredibly good. It's good for the soul. It, you know, it charges me up. You know, I'm learning that I'm definitely extroverted because I come away from streams with my social battery charged up instead of discharged. So it's seems that Seb tested the swear jar. Or are those false positives? No, I think I probably in the midst of my freak out. Let me go have a look. In the midst of my freak out, I imagine, where are they? There's the swear jar. I freaked out an awful lot. Too much. More than I expected. 7 swear words in the midst of, I probably just said like holy shit a whole bunch of times, and the swear jar was triggering. I might have to go back and look at the VOD to see where those happened. I doubt there's false positives. Yeah. Exactly. I think this is Nacho's doing. This is Nacho making me freak out. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so it works. It works. When I say swear words, it catches them. I think every one of those is legit. Every one of those 7 is legit. I'm blaming Nacho. Just see that, Nacho? You caused me to fill the swear jar. We went a whole stream with no swear words, and then you came away and you freaking... I have to turn the sound on again because I've got the sound disabled currently. But yeah, add Nacho to the swear list. No, look, if I do that, I'll have to avoid saying Nacho, and we don't want to do that. But yeah, that's huge. Okay, where were we at, guys? Nacho has that effect on people. Yes, he does. would someone, when he gets back, would somebody let him know that he caused me to put 7 swear words in the swear jar with his... Oh, man. I'm really, yeah, they're accruing pretty quickly there. That's crazy. All right, let's go. That was a big side quest. Where were we at? I believe we were making good progress right here with modifying the program. So, under the project's name, double-click hello world device.verse to open the file. The verse file opens Visual Studio Code and an editor for writing blah, blah, blah. We know that. Okay, we've skipped past all this. We saved our changes, we built. What's the last? Okay, we printed that line. We'll expand our code to see what this looks like. Yeah, no, that's. I feel like Nacho is going to trigger a lot of swear jars with his shenanigans. Okay, so we've added that. We need to save our changes. We need to build our verse code, which I'll do off screen here. I mean, build verse code. The next thing that we want to do, I think it's so cool what you're doing. Thank you, Noriyu. That's awesome. Yeah, I really appreciate you saying that, man. That's I think we're doing some cool stuff too. Are you referring to like all the other projects that we've done, like customizing the stream and the dog feeder, like the animal feeder, or are you referring more to like the UEFN stuff? Okay, so you know everyone here, Noriyu. That's cool. It seems like you're one of FAS's community. Do you have a nickname that we should be using? Because we have a system here where we can add nicknames to our chat, and for people who are regular, I feel like it's good to like, you know, check in with a person and use a better name. Like, I don't know if Nor is your name Nor or is it Noriyu? Is EU like Europe? Just Nor, I think. Okay. You're normally lurking in the shadows. Sick, man. We like lurkers here. You know, not everybody has to be an active participant. Sometimes spectating is really good. Okay. Yeah, Norway, Europe. Okay, maybe your nickname can be Norway. That's you know, because you seem to be pretty proud of that place if you choose that for your name. Okay, she's from EU. Very cool, very cool. I can call you Nori or just Nor. Yeah, Nor. Done. Adding you to the nickname list. It'll only come up if we you know, in instances where we wind up chatting, but that's totally doable. We'll add that name. So here we go. I believe we'll still have this in recent files. Name state. Excellent. So, NOREU can be Nor. Done. And next time there's restarts, that will work. But yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying what we're doing, Nor. I'm really excited about it too. I hope my enthusiasm for the different projects that we're working on come through, because yeah, they definitely excite me a lot. I'm really excited to be doing this. And yeah, I'm also like getting the chance to learn new stuff. I think the next thing is Verse. Like, we're working on learning Verse so that we can make Fortnite maps that other... You love this camera angle? I know, right? So my setup, I'm actually working on a laptop, guys. So my laptop is, like, my main monitor is here. So if I switch to chatting, I'll point to my main monitor is right here. And then my webcam is sitting there. But on my laptop, I have it open with a screen to the left. And so what I've done now is I'm using the laptop webcam. So when I go to like browsing the web browser, I've just activated like a 2-camera setup with my laptop webcam. And I put myself in a circle here so that like when we have the web browser here, I can just like, maybe I should do the chat like this. Maybe this circle should be like what we see on chat. Because like, let's be real, when I'm talking to you guys, I would rather be looking straight at you. So, all right, let's do it. Should we do it live? No, I'll do it off stream later. I don't want to forget it though. Hold on. If I delete that main cam, This is a sick idea. Yes, this is a really good idea. I like this. There we go. Undo that. Hold on. Just change the order. Yes. This is much better. That's a really good idea. I actually really like this. This is better. This is better for chat. But I'm so you're getting to see how the sausage is made, but that's what we do on this stream. Let's be real. So, hold on. I've got my little, and now the little circles in the background look so much better as well. So there we go. The one thing that's unfortunate about this is like when I read, like I look down to the side using the other camera. But anyway, yeah. But yeah, this is not a bad camera angle. This definitely lets me like, yeah, I like it as well. I like it as well. What do we think, guys? Quick poll. So let me first, like this, I'll copy that. I'll stick this back in our chatting. So we've got either this camera or that camera. Which one would we like? This is camera circle cam and this is side cam. So those are our options. Poll and then which camera? A, circle. B, side. Cast your vote for this one, guys. I'm going to give it like 2 minutes so that everybody can take their time to lean in. So yeah, I'm really curious because I could go either way on this. I could really go either way on this. What I do like about this one is you guys have your profile pictures, like your circular profile pictures. You know, the other thing I can do actually is transform, flip that horizontally. That's a bit better. Like that. Cool. Nearly. There. Like that. And then probably scale it down a little. But anyway, yeah, so I can do it like this so that I can see, you know, you guys have your circles for profile pictures and I have my big circle for profile pictures, and that's like consistency. But then the other very cool thing is like with this, when I read it, I'm reading down to the like down to the left. So I'm kind of like, as I'm reading your messages, I'm looking where the messages are. So that's like, which one's better? I don't know. That's the question. That's the question. I could actually put a mask around this so that the same mask applies. That might be a way to compromise. Yeah, I just found the solution. We're going to do both. But yeah, for now, this one can stay on. So what I'll do, the solution I think I'm resolving in, which is option 3, like Mr. Broadcaster said, camera number 3, is I'll do a compromise of both of them. But okay, guys are liking the circle over the side. What do you think about looking to the, we need another poll after this. I shouldn't have made it so long. We need another poll that says, should I be looking at you or looking at the chat? Because I can look down like that, or I can look down this way. All right, the poll has ended, and it is overwhelmingly the circle cam. Okay. Sergius really wants everyone to vote. Will your chat be able to chat the... Absolutely, that's planned. It's planned at the moment. It only supports emojis, but it's going to support all of the other chats. We're also going to extend support to like 7TV and stuff like that. So this guy can do magic. Yeah, we can. That's the thing. We can make looking at chat. Yeah, you're 100% right, Goldie. So what I need to do is we're going to add another. Hold on. We'll do it live. We're going to do it live, guys. I'm getting so freaking distracted today. But I think we're getting good results out of it at the same time. So let's see. We need... looking sideways. Maybe I should just do this later. But it's not too hard to do. Okay, video capture device. It's going to be so this is going to be main cam circle, round, main cam. Do we have that already? Yeah, I think we do. Maybe we do. Anyway, I should do it later. But I can definitely put it in a circle and make it look down to the side. So that's what we're going to do. That's definitely what we're going to do, guys. Instead of looking to the side 45 degrees, what if you look to the side just a little bit, like 10 degrees? Yeah, look, it'll be like this. That's about the angle of like reading. So I know it's not 45. You're more like, you want me to be like looking like that. In order for that to happen, I need to like position another, we'll work it out. We'll work it out another time. But I think what we can do is like, imagine here, if I just, so hold on. I can probably do it here. Do filter, add a image mask. We can then browse to go like that, like this. I think this is the ideal one. But what's going to happen is now this one's a circle, so we need to create a new source and deal. Hold on, this is right. This is what we do want. I mean, we could put me in a circle here as well. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, but that's the idea. And I'll do this off stream so you guys don't have to see me messing around with my OBS setup, because that's not really what this is supposed to be about. This is supposed to be about like, anyway, that's what it's going to be. That's how it's eventually going to be, guys. So it can be like that, or it can be like this, but I think this one's 100% better. This is the way to go. This is the way to go. We've figured it out. Excellent. Thank you for casting your votes, guys. I'll stop messing around with my OBS on stream. And I'll pick this up after stream, because that's totally a doable thing. Yeah, cool. So that one can go. And then where were we? We were doing that. All of this because Penny said they liked my camera setup. I am so side questy today. I'm not focused at all. It's Nacho coming in and like breaking my concentration with a 200 subs. I can't focus when that happens, guys. It's impossible to think straight when something like that happens, I swear. All right. It's psychologically interesting. I wonder if straight eye contact can freak some people out. Yeah, like maybe. It's an interesting question, Night Streamer. In due time. Yeah. We need to implement that. Everybody's asking for it. Stare into our souls. Looking at chat. Instead of looking, yeah. We need maybe do it off stream so you can work finishing what. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm so like side questy and distracted, Math. You're absolutely right. That's an actual command that you made. The fast giggle one. Hold on, no. English, like to remind people to use English, yes. Wait, would it be a cool feature if you implemented translating any text that is a language other than English on your chat overlay? We could do that, Math. The coolest thing we can also do, by the way, is this. Here, have a look at what we actually have for, if I bring Zen up, we can do that right here. We have the ability to, so this will be localhost 8000. We have the ability to do this, right? This system is tracking everything that I say, and it's putting it there like in plain English. You can actually see my transcriptions as I say them here. There's no reason that we couldn't run this through a translator into a different language and then put that on screen, right? Because, it's just translating text. It's not difficult at this point. The hard part of the problem is actually getting the text. Then we can just use like Google's Translate service to change this from language A to language B. And we could even then, if we wanted to, Math, convert it into spoken voice. And it would be a little bit laggy, but we can just like delay the stream for the processing time that it takes to do that conversion. And then I could be speaking to you all in English, and then like Babelfish style from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I could be speaking in English, and I could restream this in Spanish using technology we made right here on stream. Totally possible. Totally a possible thing. Wouldn't that be freaking amazing? Wouldn't that be the coolest thing? I reckon that'd be sick if we did that, but you know, maybe one day in future. Goldie, stop getting sidetracked. The Fortnite map won't make itself. You're absolutely right. Math was just saying that I should... No, is it Penny who was saying I shouldn't get sidetracked? I don't know why I'm so distracted today, guys. It literally is Nacho coming in and dropping 200 subs. That's like... The excitement related to that kind of throws you off. It really does. Okay. Upon successful completion, a green check mark appears. Excellent. We have done that compilation. Can confirm green check mark appears. What does that then relate to? If a problem occurs during the compilation, a red check mark will appear and it won't be able to compile your code. Yes. Troubleshooting your code. This is going to be a useful thing that we'll need to learn. I think this is going to go into like whatever model we go for. Actually, this doesn't have anything about troubleshooting code, does it? Troubleshoot code. Modify and run your first... that's not a useful link. When your code finishes compiling, the options push changes and push verse changes will appear in the UEFN toolbar. Push changes updates the client with all the changes made to the editor, such as adding and removing props, modifying object properties, and any changes made to the verse code. Push verse changes only updates your verse code, and it's faster than push changes. This is helpful in situations where you want to make small incremental changes to your code without refreshing the session. Click push verse changes to update your client code. Excellent. We're going to keep playing. We're going to have a look here at... Yeah, we'll stick ourselves on that side. So here's our new code. We've got our math from last time. We're going to go to Unreal and push the verse changes and then go see what happens in our logs. So definitely we just saw something change. Seems like the whole world changed. But it's reloading. I don't think our logs are any different. Very quickly it's filling that memory up, which is interesting. So we push changes. But the changes didn't seem like they reran, did they? Oh, what's it done? It's reloading the whole damn thing. So maybe this is where the verse changes actually come through. Nice streamer. Nice streamer. The moment you say, like someone says nacho, you dump those spinning nachos. That's awesome. Okay. So there's already something like that. Translator microbes. Penny, that I think there was a thing that they put in their ear called a Babel fish that used to like do the translation in real time. Such a cool idea. But we're getting close to having technology that can do that, you know? Yeah, Trucker Dylan has translation in his Twitch chat. That's so cool. I reckon. But the fact that we could build that ourselves at this point with all the technology that we've been layering on top of one another is really cool, right? And you're right, Math. I do have to stay focused. Not my intention. No. I don't think Math was actually serious there. Like, psych. You guys can talk in the chat, and I'm not serious about having to stay focused either. Like, we can be a little bit distracted. Okay, this is now in game mode. I don't want game mode. I'm going to end game because what I want to see is this. So now it goes to restore island. It puts us in this edit mode. From there, shouldn't this be where we can access that menu before? No, it's from map and then log. And this is my first line of verse code. So we can see the code coming through. That's excellent. That means this is proper working. So where do we go from here? Okay, so click push verse changes to update your client. We've done that. When the game server finishes updating, click the main menu and go start game, which we did. In the log, we'll see our line. We see that. Sequential execution. I don't think we need to. We really need to. that explain to see that these things happen in sequence. When you added that line of code, the print text, this is my first line of code, this became the lines that you execute under the real line. If you change the order of the print lines, you'll change what you see. Code is generally executed line by line. This is sequential execution. Correct, troubleshoot my code. Now that you've written and run your first lines of verse code, here's how to troubleshoot some issues you might run into. There are two kinds of errors, compiler errors and bugs. So these, they could have explained this a little better. This really is like compiler errors are compiler errors and bugs are like runtime errors. I think usually this is what you'll hear referred to as runtime errors. But yeah, compile errors, as with any kind of writing, you can have typos in your code. These typos prevent the compiler from understanding what you want the program to do. They are called compiler errors because they prevent the code from compiling. They are often syntax errors. This prevents you from being able to run your code in a playtest. VS Code can detect some compiler errors and inform you of them by changing the color of the lines to red. VS Code also, where's the, I had a video here. I don't think we really needed it. When you hover over the squiggle, the error message appears with a possible fix. Yep. VS Code might not catch all compiler errors, so it's always good practice to build your code before trying to run your code to catch any errors early on. To do this, click Verse and then click Build Verse Code in the UEFN toolbar. Any language that can have more compilation errors, the more compilation errors, the better. Compilation errors are fast to notice and fast to fix, and anything that prevents you running something invalid is really, really good. So I'm hoping that Verse has a lot of compilation errors and less, to prevent more runtime errors. I think it's a good way to build and a good dynamic to have things run that way. So this option compiles all Verse files in the project, which translates the code that you've written into computer executable instructions. Verse, build Verse code. The output log will show a success message if your code builds successfully, or errors that you'll need to fix before you can use your code while playtesting. When you select build Verse code, a pop-up message will appear if there was a compilation error. It'll say one verse error. Auto-saving disable, that's good because we don't want to save in an errored state. So, translator microbes are things from the Farscape universe, which doesn't involve jamming a fish into your ear. Yeah, lol, that makes sense. Verse is built on C#. Is it, Math? I don't think it is. The whole Unreal Engine is built on C++. And so if Verse was going to be built on anything, I would expect it to be C++ that it's built on, if I had to guess about that. But yeah. Lucario, how you doing, man? Good to see you've been lurking. Welcome back. You have a question. The swear jar. How would one go about using the swear jar on their stream? I would love to be able to use it myself, but obviously it was built by you and Fass. Would you need to pay you to use it? I'm just curious because I'm very interested to see just how many times I swear through a full session without thinking about it. Lucario, for you, I can send you a build probably when it gets to a little bit more of a stable state that you can just right now I'm running it like this. Check it out. So this is something where it is supposed to, I've built it so that it can run in a website, but I'm running it right now on the command line. So in theory, what I can do is send you a program and then I'll compile it for you. And then in the command line, you'll run it and you'll aim it at your stream instead of my stream, which is what this is currently doing. And then everything would just, everything that you see on my stream would just work for your stream, and you'd be able to then I'll show you how this actually works. Are you using OBS when you stream, Lucario? Where is it? But the thing is, I want to roll this out gradually and give this to different streamers. So it might be the case that I put this on a website so anybody can use it without installing anything. And in that case, here, this is my OBS overlay. for the thing that you see down in the corner, like way down in the corner there. You're using Streamlabs, you can use OBS. You don't need to use OBS. Anything that supports a browser overlay, and I know that Streamlabs supports browser overlays. All that you need to do, like here, this whole thing, if I copy that and I put it in a new tab in a website, like this now has like, this is my browser overlay. Sorry for the flashbang, everyone. But yeah, so that's how it works. It's like, once it's running, it's currently running on a localhost computer. So this is running on my computer. And it can be this could be like, you know, based code. They're like Seb's cool browser overlays.com and then, you know, .com. And then you'll be able to put that in your stream, eventually when I finish doing this and like roll it out. And like, I am very, honestly, I need to get better at selling software. I make a lot of software and I give a lot of it out for free. Like, you know, my company has a whole bunch of different software that's just open source that anyone can use. And it would be better if it weren't open source and I was making a little bit of money from all that stuff. So maybe like a lot of people have said you should monetize this thing. And so maybe that is one thing that I will do for this piece of software eventually. But you are not going to be one of the people that I charge for, Lucaria. You were one of the first people that used it while I was testing on a stream ages ago. You put it through its paces. You're an active member of this community. I think everybody who's around now, part of like seeing it get built, will just get it. We'll just get it. Even if I make it as a paid thing on a website, we'll make some exceptions and you'll be one of those exceptions. So if you don't mind waiting a little while, you know, at least a fortnight plus some, it might be a month before I set it up and like put it live. But yeah, you or, you know, any member of this community, any of the core members of this community will be able to use it for free. I can guarantee that much. All right, so where are we? But yeah, I'm sorry, Lucaria, you might just have to be a little bit patient for a while I take all the, you know, while I develop a little bit further. And then when it's developed and finished, then yeah, it'll be something that it'll just be there. So it's easy to apply, definitely monetize for sure. I'm always happy to wait. It's such a great idea and project. Yeah, it is very, I've built it very intentionally to be super easy to apply. The other thing, I'm getting sidetracked again, aren't I? But why not? Let's do it. So have a look here. If I go to this and I just go swear jar instead of overlay. This is the other thing. Like, we've put a few configuration options in, but this is all here, Lucario. Like, if you like, you know, if you want that writing to be, you know, what's a better example? If you want the text color to be pink, you can make it pink. If you want that, like, you know, like pink and purple, and like you can select the microphone that you use with it. So like you can see here are the different microphones plugged into my computer. You can select the microphone that you use for the chat. You can turn different parts of it off. Like you can turn the words off. You can turn the like word alerts off. So like those pop-ups. You can turn the swear counter off if you want. You can say whether it plays a coin sound or not. You know, like I'm going to make it very, very configurable so that if you want, you know, I'll also make it configurable so that you can change the look of the jar, so that you can change the color of the jar, everything about it. Oh, the font, you can make the font like blocky so that it reads like clearly, or you can make it cursive, because cursive is nice for faster stream, but on my stream I want it to be blocky. So lots of different configuration things I'm going to build into it so that when it comes time for you to use it, you can make it look really nice for your stream as well. Like it doesn't, you know, it's kind of designed to look good for fast V stream, but it doesn't need to just look good there. It can look good anywhere. Hey Noah, it will actually work with Norwegian swearing as well. I'm using something called Whisper to interpret the spoken, like the audio, and turn that into text. And Whisper has different, like what are called models that can work in different languages. And so I would just need to set it up to have a bunch of different Whisper implementations, like not even different Whisper implementations, different Whisper instantiations that use different models in order to convert the audio to text. And then we can make it work in Norwegian. So you would love to get it as well? Yeah, cool. I mean, that's awesome. Like, again, you're one of the core members of the community here. You could use it for free. We'd need to do a little bit of work to make it operate in different languages. But yeah, I mean, and the only thing, like, the reason I think it's amazing to do that, like the reason I have no hesitation in giving, like, help sharing that with this community of people is A, you guys help make it in the first place, right? Just by like being here and tuning in and being enthusiastic about it. And like B, I need the support of a community to market a thing like this, right? If I just like kept this to myself and never shared it with anyone, nobody would ever learn about it, right? That's the marketing approach, right? That's one of the big reasons why I'm doing streams like this. Is I want to try and build a community of people where if I create something new, like a Fortnite map or a new tool, and I eventually decide I like to sell it, I'd like to put it into the hands of a lot of people so that they can use it, so others can see it, and then from there it might go a little bit viral. If we can, like, together, if we can make something go viral, then that's a big win. I'd be thrilled about that. Even if that means like one layer of separation. Like if you got somebody who knows me just gets it, and then people who know them, maybe then we charge for it. But like, yeah, I think that I think is the plan. That's one of the big advantages of doing this stream. That's what excites me so much about this. Because honestly, guys, I've spent like my life making games, and I haven't made a huge amount of money making and selling games myself. But this stream is a chance to do that. It's a chance to build things, but also potentially monetize them. So you would be marketing the shit out of it? Hell yeah. That's oh damn. That's another I've been swearing a little more as well. Eventually when it catches up to me, it's gonna catch me saying another swear word. So does it? Man, it shouldn't count if I repeat what I just read out a swear word. I didn't say it myself. But look, it's still got some problems, guys. It's still got some bugs. Not that this is a bug. It needs to be optimized. God damn. Annoying. I need. No swearing. You would be marketing it a lot. You'll get a link sorted out in a command so that you can, yeah. That would be really, really, really cool. That's how the thing could spread, right? That's how it could go viral. It could go viral like that, Lucario. And so, yeah. I mean, the other thing is like, if someone like Fast decided to use it for a while, if Oasis used it, if any number of people could jump in and use this thing, and then it would be be really cool. Like it could actually spread on its own and make money, which means all this time that we've been building the swear jar, like it's amazing that we get Nacho coming through and dropping subs and stuff, but if I'm gonna have a real go at doing this stream, we need to have other ways to make money together, and that would be one way to do it. Okay. You feel like a lot of the stuff that I'm working on could go hard in the Asian market too? Yeah, you're right, Crazy. You're probably right. I wouldn't know how to market in the Asian, like how to sell things in the Asian market, but Japanese TV is basically full of overlays, right? So you think like when we do streams, are you actually talking about using this as an overlay in real, like in TV and outside of Twitch? That's a cool idea. I hadn't really considered it, but totally possible. Yeah. Psych, what are you doing? You're testing okay, are you testing some other thing off stream, Psych? But that would be pretty cool. And you're like, that's a throwback to yesterday's stream too, dude. Like, starting to build inside jokes here. I don't think everybody else is gonna get that. But yeah, totally, guys. Okay, so the output log will show the success message. Selecting C errors. Okay, hold on. See my message above about Verse. Did I miss an important message there, Math? Interesting. Apparently Verse is built using... I'm sorry I missed your message before, Math. Thank you for directing me back to it. It's built using Skookum script, which was used to build sleeping dogs. Epic acquired in the company that built the script in 2019. Skookum script is an object-oriented programming language similar to C++ and Java. Right. Okay, yeah, that checks out. That's really interesting. That's really interesting, Math. Okay, hold on. I also missed a message from Lucario. That's going to be a lot of fun to run and get on stream. You love the customizable features. You've definitely got to make money from this, dude. I know. I need to. I really need to. I just... You're right. I need to. I love that you guys are supporting it. I think for the first time, like this is actually the first stream where I've just left it running, and I haven't, I'm not working on the tools as we, it's not like I'm trying to, build a car while it's on the road. For the first time, it's just like these things are just running on the stream, which I think is pretty cool. But yeah, absolutely. That is really interesting. So, I mean, one dev interview that I'd really love to do is Steve Halliwell. He's the senior software engineer at Actuator, and he's written his own programming language. And I'm fascinated by people who can work at that low level. Like if you can operate at that, really understanding the computer at machine instruction levels, that's that's so cool. I envy people with the time and ability to do that. Yeah, right? Yeah. I at Actuator, I've strived for talent density. Let me put it like that. I've really tried my best to find the best people and bring them together. But yeah. Okay, so selecting C errors. So if we get errors, we can select those errors and see them. Show all the errors in code that VS Code was able to detect. Interestingly, though, it shows that this happened. So is Visual Studio Code doing the actual detection and then throwing it back to Unreal Engine? That's weird if that's actually the case. That seems to be what it suggests is happening. Once you fix any errors, you can compile the code again and verify the code that it builds successfully by clicking Build Verse again. Bugs. When your code builds successfully, but your program isn't doing what you expect, these issues are called bugs. Bugs are issues with the logic in your code, so these are runtime errors. And one way to find them is by printing the log. The code in Hello World device is a good example of how printing is used, whether the code is running when you start the game. You can also print values to test what your code is doing, so arithmetic is supported. I don't like those squigglies, but whatever. The expression was evaluated to be 4, and the text was printed to log. The curly braces between the double quotes and the last lines, that means that the expression should be evaluated before being converted to text. Injecting a value into the string like this is string interpolation. If you change the expression between curly braces, the value is printed, will change. The following example, the expression is changed to 2 plus 3, so 2 plus 3 equals 5 will appear in the logs. Excellent, yes. 2 plus 2 that's not an exception, that's just incorrect. That's confusing for them to put that way for people who don't understand programming, I think, but whatever. Next steps. Now that you've had a brief introduction to Verse, I feel like we didn't learn anything there. That was a little bit too basic. I hope it gets a little bit more advanced. Because like you were saying, Math, if it's an object-oriented programming language, I would love to understand how it deals with classes and functions and that type of thing. Now that you've learnt the brief introduction and how to troubleshoot your code, go to learn the basics of writing code in Verse to expand your knowledge. Excellent. That's next. In general, and learn how to harness this programming tool. You can also play Verse Devices Starter minigame by interacting with the button and the console that you spawn. You can learn how this minigame was created by reading Verse Starter template, and you can check out the code files used in the project in the Verse Explorer. With branching logic here, we branching quest paths. I think, well, that's an easy choice then. Not found. I guess we're going with this one, where the path is found. Let's see. I'm about to run out of battery on my phone, but I'm definitely coming back in time. No, dude, that's fine. If you got to go, you got to go. But I really appreciate you swinging by here. That's very, very cool of you. Thank you so much for being here and being a part of the stream. I'll see you sometime soon, I'm sure. We'll be streaming, like I said in the title, we're going to be making Fortnite for Fortnite. So I'm not going anywhere, dude. I welcome you back. And yeah, it's going to be a cool journey. I think just check back in here, and in no time, just wait to see what we're going to be making here. And we're going to be able to make and test it together, which is the very, very cool thing about working in UEFN and doing it streaming, is like at any time, everybody has Fortnite. Like Jason likes Fortnite. If Jason wants to test something that we're working on, Jason can just be like, boom, jump in and make it happen. I'm really excited. I can't wait. Okay. Of course, these things are fascinating. God, that should be the name of one of her emotes, right? Fascinating. That's hilarious. Oh, Jason, are you psyched? I feel like you're excited about testing some of the UEFN functions with us. By the way, that's a really cool emote I see there. That skull and crossbones is cool. I haven't seen that one yet, Jason. It's great to have you here in the chat. And to see your emote, your profile picture. Very cool. Okay, where were we at? So next song, get that rolling. Okay, learn. I don't like this header. What's going on with that? Is a cat going to teach us? Is that why we've got some whiskers here? It's an academic cat. Let's see where this goes. A short course to introduce Verse to people with no programming experience whatsoever. No programming experience whatsoever. I don't know if I want to do this. Okay, let's do it, because maybe some of you will learn some stuff about programming. That's a good thing, right? I want to do educational content, so we're going to do it. We're going to go through it all, and what I want in order to make this interesting so it isn't mind-meltingly boring for me, who's been programming non-stop for the last 25 years of my life. Actually, yeah, more like 17 years of my life non-stop I've been programming. So this is probably going to be really boring for me, unless you guys ask good questions. So please ask me interesting questions about programming to make this process interesting for me. So help me out and do that. That would really be appreciated. So just genuine questions. If you guys have any questions along the way, please ask them. Fastfeast community not being able to call the fascination seems like a missed trick. Missed until now, Penny. Until now, just now. I'm gonna message fast that. Fascination. Your community should be called she's getting that. She's getting that message in her DMs. Right, meow. Faz, your community should be called the Nation, and I'm attributing Penny. That's hilarious. I like that, Penny. That's a good pun. Okay, so we learned how to access Verse through Unreal Editor for Fortnite or UEFN, and how to modify a Verse program and troubleshoot your code. Please, guys, again, if you think of good questions throughout this, please ask them, because otherwise I'll be super bored. Now you can start learning the basics of writing code in Verse, along with learning the new fundamentals of programming in general. What you have here is a series of lessons. Each lesson is a little bit hands-on, has a little bit of a hands-on exercise at the end to help you retrain. In the best of all worlds, you would move through each lesson sequentially and in a relatively short amount of time. Each lesson should take 3 to 10 minutes. We can do that, guys. We can commit that amount of time to teach and learn. So get ready and have some fun while you learn how to write some basic code in Verse. Lesson 1, the basics of programming. And actually, I'm going to head back because these are multiple tabs. So we'll open that one in a new tab and then we'll circle back. Lesson 1, basic programming terms. Your first step is to make sure that you have a good understanding of basic programming terms. So this will be variables and functions and classes and iteration and arithmetic, and I'm hoping it's just those type of things. It's Fizz. I'll be back, jumping inside to code for a bit before bed. Dude, Fizz, thank you for hanging out so long in the chat there, dude. It's really good to have you along. I know that you're more advanced in the stuff that we're going to be covering here anyway, so you probably won't miss much, dude. I'm a bin member and I'll die on that hill. The 07 bin community. Okay. So we've got some resistance, Penny. People don't want to be the Fasci Nation. They want to be the bin members. Okay, so next step is to make sure you have a good understanding of the basics of programming. This lesson, I would skip past this usually, but I think it could make good content, so we are going to do it. It starts with the basic stuff. Even if you know these terms already, take a minute to review them here. Sometimes a later lesson refers to something earlier, so it's good to have the context for the continuity from one lesson to the other. What is a program? A program is a series of instructions that tells a computer to do something. A program tells it how to receive input, information coming in, and return output, information going out, or I/O. Verse is a programming language that's designed with video games and simulations in mind. This makes it well suited for game-specific needs. A verse program solves problems, but computers are very literal. Like a contract with a genie, you get exactly what you ask for. Exactly. Errors occur when a programmer assumes that something will happen instead of giving precise instructions. Sometimes errors happen for other reasons, but rarely. Compiling. Programs are written so that humans can understand them, but a computer needs that program translated into something that it understands. And so I wonder, this will be interesting. I wonder if it'll tell us what type of language Verse is, because it could be it could be running on a virtual machine like Java. It could be just-in-time compiled like .NET. It could be compiled immediately down to like machine language. So like assembly, like x86 or something like that, like you would see in C or C++. And the way that it does that actually does affect how you would work with the language at a low level. One of the interesting things about this language, I think, is it's going to be pretty much entirely calculated and executed server side, not client side. So this isn't something where like we could get a decompiler and we can like set a breakpoint and debug. I want to know I'm super curious about how debugging works when it's remote execution for things like this, or if we have to rely on print for everything. It'll be very interesting. This is done with a compiler that converts or compiles the program to human readable language or into machine language. So it is implying that it does it directly into machine language, even without intermediate steps. And another thing which is interesting is we noticed that when we were playing around with Visual Studio Code, or in our case Cursor, the compile time errors did appear inside of the editor, which suggests that like it is compiling locally, and we may have some version of the compiled output of the language on the local machine. All right, algorithms. An algorithm is a set of instructions written to solve a problem or accomplish a task. Think of it as a model for how the program should work. The cat is hungry. The algorithm is that the cat goes to an empty jar with a fly floating around it. I get the idea, but time to feed the cat. The cat feeding algorithm might be get a can of cat food from the shelf, grab the cat's bowl and put it in the counter, place the spoon on the bowl, open the can of food, spoon it into the cat's bowl, place the bowl where the cat can reach it, wait 12 hours, then repeat. To feed the cat, I mean, that's to keep a cat fat, indefinitely fed, wait 12 hours. I mean, I guess. Any of these steps out of sequence can result in an unfed cat. In order, they provide the result of a happy fed cat. At 7 a.m., the cat has been fed. When you have an algorithm that repeats itself, it's called a loop. Yes. Me, more advanced than you? I mean, Fizz, you know your stuff. I'm not necessarily saying you're more advanced than me. I spent a lot of time coding, to be fair, like a freaking lot of time coding. But this is more advanced than your level. We're really going over programming basics here. Very, very basics. So a cat has been fed twice a day, every day. This process is a loop, and it will run until something stops it. until the heat death of the universe if it's a perfect computer. That's one of the things I really love about programming, guys. It's like the idea that if you give it the right instructions, the computer will execute them faithfully without error until you stop feeding power to the machine or the machine breaks. It's like, that's a very, very powerful and incredible thing. And I think it's often underappreciated that we kind of take it for granted that that should be the case. But like the fact that it is a miracle. It's really an incredible thing. And I also love the fact that if it fails, it failed because you did something wrong. That kind of like ultimate accountability, that radical accountability is like a beautiful thing inside of a computer, you know? So often programmers have a tendency to blame the computer or to blame the system or to like, you know, to blame the language or blame the user, but that attitude is really negative. It actually is counterproductive to programming. I think taking like radical responsibility for the performance of your application and even treating like user error as programming error in design, like a design flaw, can really cause you to have a much better outcome for your programs and also a better outlook when you go into building them. Okay, in Fortnite Creative, when you build game mechanics with devices, you're setting up algorithms. How can a player reach the game's objective? Which device will forward the gameplay? What device will block it? What happens if the wrong device is used or used in the wrong sequence? Verse programming is a great way to create your game mechanics by converting algorithms into instructions the computer can understand. Once you, air quotes, learn the lyrics, the tune will be fast and fun. You have to create a chance. You'll have a chance to create mechanics that aren't available in Fortnite Creative. Absolutely. I like this. I like this here. Learn the lyrics. Like, you know, once you learn the lyrics in programming, you can really like actually sing quite fast. And I often describe this to people like, you know, when I say they're interested in programming, I say it's a bit like playing chess. You sit down and you can teach a person chess in a matter of like 10 minutes, you know. The horse goes in an L. You teach that stuff and somebody can understand it, but to be exceptionally good at chess, even though the basics of the game are easy to understand, the principles of mastery of chess is incredibly difficult. It's easy to learn and hard to master, and programming is like that as well. The things that we're just like reading through in this article, they're like the simple basic moves of chess. If you understand, you know, iterations, algorithms, like you understand recursion and variables and classes and functions, those are the basic building blocks on which the modern digital age is built, right? You know, there's all like layers of abstractions over simple things, but once you understand them, the power of those basics is incredible, and the amount of time that you can dedicate to mastering them is like, it's a lifetime. It really can be a lifetime, and you're continually learning. Like I've been coding all day, every day for literally like 20 years, and it's you know, I'm still learning things all the time, and that's one of the beautiful things. And that's also, you know, for a person coming to like seeing this stuff for the first time, if you want to learn to be a programmer, the basics that you learn here in Verse are transferable to any programming language and any computer, and there's a superpower in that, right? It's there are nuances, and there are like, you know, there's a difference between chess and checkers. That's a bad metaphor, but like there's a difference between playing the French and like, you know, playing a Queen's Gambit, right? The opening moves are different as languages are different, and the things that you have in your repertoire between languages are different, but the fundamentals of programming are basically the same no matter where you're working, and that's a very cool and powerful thing. So like, you know, learning Verse here, if you're doing that for the first time, or learning any language. A lot of people come through the stream and they ask like, what programming language should I learn? And the answer is often, it doesn't matter what you learn, so long as you like pick the right tool for the job. But as long as you choose a thing and like stick with it and work on it, you'll learn an incredible amount, and you'll learn literally the closest. You know, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, is a really great quote. And it's true like that with programming. If you learn to program, it's the closest thing to magic that humanity has ever created, really. The fact that you can cause a machine to think the way that a human thinks and produce images that like your imaginings brought to life inside of something like a computer game, I find it incredible. I really do find that an incredible thing. So yeah, learn to code. Testing an algorithm. Are you thirsty? Let's see how an algorithm works in real life. Write out an algorithm for making a nice cup of tea or coffee. Follow the algorithm precisely to brew that drink. I am actually thirsty. We're going to hydrate. When the tea is brewed and you've tasted it, did you find that it's a good drink? If it is, your algorithm is done. If it isn't, you'll need to debug your steps to find out what step was missed or done incorrectly. Then iterate. Repeat with one or more design changes again and again until you get that perfect cup. Oh man, these janky images, they're so funny. Source code and machine code. Wait, what did I miss? Fizz, I went on a big rant about programming. That's basically it. Not too much. As you can see, like, you were the last chatter in chat. So people have been quietly watching. And actually our views have dropped, so maybe I was a little bit too ranty. Maybe people are more interested in engaging with me than watching me rant about programming things. Who knows? Who knows? Source code, or code for short, is a program written by a programmer. It's called source code because it's the version of the program as it was written. It's the source of the program. Machine code is what you get when the program is compiled into something the computer can understand. Okay. Source code, machine code, computer. Code and program are used interchangeably. I mean, no, they're not. Program is the executing version of code. They're not interchangeable. That's fine. And programmers are sometimes called coders. That's because a person who writes code is a coder, not because a code and a program are the same thing, but whatever. When a computer performs the step in a program, it runs or executes that program. Where the code does not execute as expected, or when it fails to compile, there are errors in your code. Errors in code. There are two ways that it can show up: compile time and runtime errors. Compile time errors. The most common cause of compile time errors is syntax, or like writing things in a way that is not understood by the computer, or incorrect according to the definitions and functions of the language. We'll talk about bugs a little bit later. Every programming language follows a precise set of steps called syntax. These rules can vary from one program to another, but the lessons focus on the verse syntax. Syntax is how the words and symbols are combined so that the compiler can understand the programmer's instructions. The syntax covers the words and symbols that you can use in your code and how they can be arranged for the compiler to successfully compile. Absolutely. In English, the subject, or a noun, is a standard syntax with the subject first and the verb following. The sentence "Kitty sleeps" follows the syntax rules, but if you say "sleeps kitty" Yoda style, someone else might wonder what you're talking about. This is even more true for programming. Remember that the contract with the genie at the beginning of the lesson. You have to say things right. Verse code. That's actually kind of funny. This is the cat drowning in fish because the program went wrong. Remember, we were feeding the cat before, so that's a little lol. Verse code is case sensitive. Good. This means that if something should be capitalized and it isn't, or if it shouldn't be capitalized but it is, verse will treat it as an error in syntax and your code won't compile. It's important that we use spaces the way that they're shown in syntax. So the expression with the correct syntax, "hello world," the same expression with incorrect syntax, "hello world," it's because the parentheses is missing. It's a compiler error. It's missing the closing parentheses. Bugs. Bugs are what happens when the program executes but does something weird or unexpected. While syntax is about words and symbols and how they are arranged, semantics is about what those lines of code actually mean. For example, in English, the basic sentence takes the subject and a verb, and the subject is who or what, and the verb is what the subject, a noun, is doing or being. Oh, that's a mouthful of a sentence. Subject, noun, and then verb is the syntax. It doesn't communicate the meaning, kitty sleeps, the semantics. Okay, an error in your code's meaning can produce a bug. The correct version if the mice court is greater than 1, we win, otherwise we lose. If the mouse court is greater than 1, that we win, else we lose. At least one mouse is caught, you win. If at least one mouse is caught, you win. Okay, so this one's incorrect because this one would be an error because it needs to be greater than 1. So if you had one mouse caught, you should have won, but you didn't. So there's a bug in the second example. Mice caught has to be greater than 1 to print win. And so the other way of looking at this is based on what happens when the program executes, if the result is what you expected or did something go wrong. In the example above on the right, the player doesn't win by catching the mouse because the code says that you have to catch greater than one mouse to win. If there's only one mouse caught, there will never be a win condition. So the program would compile correctly, but the result would be that you or the player wouldn't want. The result would be what you wouldn't want. Okay, so remember how I said this would be mind-numbingly boring if you guys didn't ask questions? I haven't had a lot of questions, and I'm assuming because either this is explaining itself really well and it's leaving no ambiguity there, or because everybody's tuned out and this is boring in reading documentation, especially such basic documentation, is a little bit below the audience that we have here. So is there anything that people would like to know about this, or should I skip on past to like more advanced concepts? I'm tempted to go on, I don't think we're going to learn anything from necessarily practicing here. And I see that there's a summary. So future sections, we can go and summarize sections. Because none of this is actually touched on. The only thing it actually taught us about Verse is that it's case sensitive and which language isn't. So, all right. Moving on then, because everybody's tuned out, I'm guessing. Not fun times? I don't know, let me know, guys. So, practice time. Practice time is good. Okay, the simple algorithm shows the player wins catching the mouse. Now it's your turn. Expand the algorithm to show that the player starts with 5 coins, receives a coin for every mouse caught, and loses a coin for every mouse that got away. There's no wrong way to do this. It's an exercise to get you thinking about how the algorithm can be broken down. I mean, where is the context in which to execute this? Or are we supposed to just think about it? No, we're not going to do that together. It's a bit too simple and it's too abstract. I want to actually get to a place where we code. You're going to, yeah, thanks, Goldie. I'm sorry if this is boring. Maybe did you get anything out of this, Goldie? Because I know that you're very art heavy, and this is covering some really basic coding concepts. Maybe I don't know, are you into them, or is this not a good use of time as far as you're concerned? Okay, lesson 2, basic programming concepts. All right, maybe we'll skip down, have a look at the summary. When code is executed, expressions in the code are evaluated. Keywords are special words in Verse that have a specific action. Yeah, you've been playing Mario Kart. That's fair, Goldie. The value is information the program uses to do something. Actually, as I look at the time, probably at some point, I would like to get to a point where we can skip a fair bit ahead. Literals are values that don't change. I really want to get to the building stuff part, which we were getting in that previous section, but I really want to understand some of the more nuanced parts of Verse. I'm seeing that we've got our if conditions, we've got our semicolon, sorry, it's a full colon, a colon there, and it's not really encapsulating things with braces. Result is win or lose. The keywords, we've got if and else. We don't need to be really taught. We've got all the basics. So we've got ternary operations. That's nice. Types and values. So far you've learned that the value of... We need to zoom this out for it to format a little bit better. Oh no, it's just a jank page. It can be, all right. We've got booleans, we've got integers, we've got floating numbers, and we've got strings. Good. That's a rather limited set, but I'm sure maybe they're just not showing them all. Time to write some simple code using verse. Okay, 15 divided by 7. Yep. It's concatenating strings. Complete snippet. I mean, we can run that stuff just to rehearse the process because we know that we can do it. But like, why not? We'll put this here just for practice. We will ensure that that builds successfully. From there in Unreal Engine, we could here. We can push the verse changes. See this run. In Unreal, we'll keep playing. We should see Unreal Engine finish. So, this is compiling and running. This is all above my pay grade, and I'm not really your target audience. Oh, I don't know though, Penny. Maybe you are. Maybe you are. Maybe you're exactly my target audience. Maybe I want to teach more people to code. Maybe people who, maybe this is the entry level. Maybe we're getting you at the ground floor, Penny, and then we're going to elevate your pay grade as we go through these things. Because just now, if you were tuning in, I know I spoke real fast, but you will have learnt a few basic things here about enumeration, conditions, the difference between runtime errors and compile time errors. Maybe now you've learnt some things we talked a little bit about how, code is compiled, those kind of concepts. So I don't know, dude. What do you think? A little bit of learning? Maybe? I do enjoy teaching, but Okay, cool. So we can see T and T accessories. Okay, yeah, you are in the business of making tea. That is true. Penny, are you actually a tea merchant in real life? I could see that being true. Is that a thing? If so, that would be so perfect. That would be so freaking perfect, I swear. That's really funny. Okay, so we did run our code, and this proves that we know the process of taking code and deploying it, which is great. So let's move on to storing and using information. This might actually start to get a little bit more useful for me now. Maybe. Mutable and immutable. So this is the difference between a variable which can change and a variable which is set. In languages like C, this relates to constants or const, and things like read-only. But let's have a look how this works in Verse. So it's time to start learning how to use these types and values in your code. Values are expressions that are used sometimes referred to as information or data. In programs, need to know what to do. There is many different ways to store data. Let's skip down to our summary and see what's in here. Variables and constants are both used for storing values. The primary difference between the two is that a value or constant can't be changed while the program is running, but a variable can. Absolutely, that's why they vary. Variables and constants are expressions that produce results when evaluated. Variables and constants are not expressions unless evaluated, but fair enough. Variables and constants can be declared in Verse. This is done by giving the expression a unique name or identifier, a type, and a value. When you set initial values in the expression, this is called initialization. I have this thing I do, guys, and maybe it's becoming apparent here, but when I go into something new that I want to be an expert at, I sometimes start really with the basics and unwind things back to their foundations in a way that other people won't. Some people jump in at a high level, but I want to understand every level of something. And so, but it can be tedious, but if you have if you're open to learning and you're open to doing research, it actually means a lot of nuance gets picked up along the way. that can be very valuable for problem solving down the line. Okay, so var is supported where the type can be inferred. So I don't know why they've got type here. Type is supposed to be swapped with like strings or ints or floats. We saw that those were all supported before. So in Verse, you can create variables by declaring them. You can initialize them to values. I wonder what the conventions are about like names and cases, where the uppercase is like, surely this would be like a variable inside of the scope of a function. So why is the uppercase there? I'd be tempted to take something like C style like naming conventions. I wish they would talk about that a little bit here so I would know what the right practices are for it. Okay, so that is something new. That is something new I didn't know. So to declare a constant, you exclude var, like the declaration of variables. So this might not actually be about the type, right? In something like C#, you can use var and it will just like, it'll infer the type of the value from the expression, from the assignment. It'll be like, okay, this is an integer. So now var represents integer, but you say integer in the type declaration, like in the variable declaration here anyway. So this is actually saying I'm not a constant, which seems, I don't know, questionable decision, because you're going to be making more variables than constants as you write. So forcing you to write this like that, I don't know if I like that, but whatever, we'll see. We will see. Okay, so now we know how to declare a constant and we know how to declare a variable. What else have we got? Set coins. What does the set operator do? Okay. Unlike constraints, variable values can be changed while the program is running. Constants save. Okay, so do you say set every time the variable needs to change? Interesting, because you should just, like in other languages, you wouldn't need to say set. You could just do this and that value will get changed. But if we need to say set every time we assign it, that's a good thing to know. But what's the advantage of using a variable? Sometimes you want a variable to be able to change. For example, if you want, yep, absolutely. Let's break down what's happening in this. The first part, set, is a keyword built into Verse. The keyword set can be used to change the variable's values. The line of code is saying that coins can be used to equal the value of coins minus coins per mousetrap. This change of the value set can only be done with a variable. You cannot use set to a constant. Cool, good to know. Okay, those are the variable, yep. All right, this is actually starting to get to a little bit more interesting stuff for me. Nope, I'm a palliative care nurse. Oh, dude, Penny, that huge respect for that. I went through losing somebody recently and I saw how hard that job was and how good those people were at what they're doing. That's a lot of respect for somebody who can do that job. That's really cool of you, Penny. Props for that. Fizz, welcome back, dude. Good to see you here. Yeah, we are making progress. We are getting to, like, I don't know if we want practice time for this. We can probably understand. Let's have a look. Let's have a quick squiz at what practice time has for us. Okay. So this is a variable one. Those are fixed values. They're all floats. That's a constant. This is not. This is reassigning. That's printing. I don't necessarily, like, that could be cool just to be able to see, like, every time you see set, you know something's being reevaluated, and that's kind of neat. All right, let's have a look. So the player health. The player health was... Oh, there's a two-string method? Why can't you just... Okay, it's interesting that the... Okay, so if you add an int, I wonder what happens if you add an int to a string without using toString. And like, where's the context of toString? Is this in some like universal base class that everything inherits from? Like, inheritance is a part of this. We learned earlier that it's an object-oriented language, right? So where does this toString method live? That's an interesting question. Same with print, actually. I guess they're built into the language some way. All right, writing simple code. At the end of this lesson, you'll get a chance to actually start writing simple code. Yay! Not just editing code that's already there, but first, a little more info. What good programmers do instead of remembering. An experienced programmer will take notes in the code that are not actually a part of the program. Ooh, controversial. I think comments, to me, good code should be their own, the best documentation. And very often, comments tend to fall out of sync with what the code is actually doing, and they take more effort to maintain. So I'm usually in a habit of writing really, really good class and variable names and function names, and that kind of like escapes the need to do a whole lot of commenting. But you know, yeah, sometimes when you're learning, especially, having comments can really help ease that process. Comments are about what they did and why they did it. Yeah, really, I reserve comments for when the code isn't simple enough to be self-explanatory. I think you should never comment code that is self-explanatory, and so often I see that happen. But yeah. Code comments, yeah, so hash is the comment. We can inline here with angle hash. Yep, they can break lines, block comments. Comments in comments are treated like comments. They're not escapes. Ooh. Here's a long one. That's kind of neat that it doesn't need a closing tag. How does that actually know? Oh, it's the tabbing. So tabbing in, I'm guessing it's the indents. The indents treat that. Okay. Using conditionals to make decisions in code. Yes, we know about if. So this is the syntax for it, where we get our colon. Is there a ternary operation in this? Tired. Actually, good point. I didn't notice that until it pointed it out. What is this, like saying it's evaluated? Because that should just be a boolean. Why would you even need the question mark? Okay. That's how a verse program checks to see if the logic type is true or false. Why do you need that? Why would you need that? It's inside an if statement. Isn't it obvious that that's evaluating something? What else would come? Like, if statements can't do anything but evaluate to true or false. Why do you need the question mark? This seems entirely unnecessary as a function of the language. I don't understand that. Yeah. What happens if it's not there? Is that a compile time exception? Oh, no, I don't know about that language decision. Okay, when code is nested, this means that it's indented. Okay, so like Python, like tabbing matters, which I'm not 100% against. This is why the semicolon works. Worth trying it out. Should we try that out for ourselves? Let's try it out for ourselves. On begin, let's throw all of that in. I should watch cartoons. That's a weird comment to see there. Okay. Yeah, oh, that's horrible. That's horrible. I hate it, Fizz. I hate that. I don't like that. Have a look. Have a look. I threw it in here. If you remove the question mark, it doesn't know enough to know that this is something. It's in the brackets after an if. It's here. What else is it going to be doing? It's not going to be assigning things. You're not going to be going like, tied equals true. Oh my, yes, that's, How is that valid? Explain that, Fizz. Explain that. There ain't no way. That's crazy. What if I do this now? We're learning. I mean, is that going to assign and then evaluate? I don't know. I don't even know. It's fine. This is fine. Yep. This is like fast fire moment. Seems like an interesting language choice. It sets try to true and then it becomes true. I'm assuming that's what it does, but like, I don't know. Why would you need the question mark to... Anyway. Okay. So, if tired, what to watch your eyelids, otherwise cartoons. This person's a big fan of cartoons. So, using multiple conditions. Man, this is not friendly to a person like coming across this concept for the first time. Okay, so it's not just evaluating the whole thing. It's just like every time you have a Boolean, you need to use a question mark. Why? Why would they design that? Why would they design it that way? That seems strange. Seems really weird. I don't actually mind the word or instead of the like, you know, like you'd see in other C-based languages with the slash. Tired is set to false, but since school tomorrow is set to true, the whole expression succeeds. Yes, so it's fine. That's fine. We don't need to learn any of that. We support else if. Watch a movie with friends. Okay. Now you only slip blah blah blah. So, alright. In summary, code comments exist. Hold on. The hashtags and also the angle hashtags is what we learned. The constraints for values, use variables. I'm very tempted to like try and maybe we need to convert all of this to Markdown. I really want it to. I'm so curious to learn how an AI works with this language. That's gonna be very, very interesting. Okay. Is it gonna have us actually write and solve some of our own problems? That would be cool. Return your magic potion code from the last exercise. You'll want to run healing code when the player drinks a healing potion, and damage when they drink damaging potions. Alright, cool. First write some code. A variable, which is a string. They should have enums, right? I didn't see enums in the supported types, which seems weird. Every single piece of verse I've tried to use AI to make has failed. Literally every single one. All right, well, crazy. We might do some cool stuff here where we convert... I'm tempted to do this. I'm tempted to convert the language reference guide that we are reading now into a really, really detailed MDC document. Have you seen these kind of documents before? They're not... I'm not going to open that now, but you can create like an agent markdown that's used as a very complicated prompt. And what we could do is we could try and teach an AI, we could try and teach something like Gemini to write verse and then include that as a prompt for like the context of a program. And then we can use all those other really cool AI coding methods that we've used in previous streams to get it to see if it can actually write some stuff. Okay. Okay, if potion type equals heal. I hate this string comparison. I hope they support enums and they just haven't told us about it yet, because otherwise there's going to be a lot more string comparisons than we really need. So this assignment there. If the potion type is damage, nothing stops the player from continuing to raise their health with potions. It's a good idea that now you can if... Hold on, what are they trying to say? If they heal and the player health plus the potion heal amount is less than max health. This is a bug. They've got a bug right here, because if your heal amount... Like, it should cap your heal amount at... Oh, no, that does. Otherwise, it sets it to max health. So all good. Okay. If the potion type is damage and... What's this? We haven't seen that before. What is that? And GT. Let's go take this into our little area here and see what happens. Is that a... It is. It's a problem with... That's an exception. I thought that looked weird. This is just supposed to be and. Okay. What is that supposed to say? It's going to be like that. Player health is greater than... I don't know. Hold on. That should be a greater than, right? Yeah, you're not wrong, Rom. Okay. I've used that for a niche Unity add-on that has pretty good documentation. It worked out better than expected. Yeah, it can. I'm very surprised at how good it is at learning language from language. It should be a greater than. Yeah, I mean, we could try and like debug this, but we shouldn't be. Code to run if the player drinks a damaging potion. Don't eliminate the player if their health is above min health, but below the potion damage amount. If they are already equal to or below min health, eliminate them. So if it's a damage potion and the player health is less than is greater than, yeah, if it's greater than, we're going to damage them. Otherwise, if the player health is above the minimum health... Okay. Expected definition, but found if. I mean, this goes to show we actually don't know this language very well yet. If player health... infix. I mean, we can at this point already try and figure out like if oh yeah, GT would be greater than, right? Is it like a... Why doesn't it like that? What's its exception? Except expected definition, but found if. Is it the tabbing went wrong? Because remember, tabs matter in this language. So that could be that tab. Tabs matter. So what's gone wrong here? Let's have a look at this. I want to see if we're gonna. This is the first time we're gonna learn if Verse works with this agent. New chat. Hello. Hello. All right. It doesn't like it. Hold on. Copy path. I think we need to, because that's done some weird thing with cursor where it's like, is it an indentation problem if it has an extra space? I don't think so. I think I just fixed the indentation just now, but we could be wrong. I could very well be wrong. So let's let this load. Wow, it's done some weirdness to, it might have even changed my entire theme. Or it's installed something that's broken. I don't know. That should connect to the verse. All right, that's connected. Hello. Wow, it's just like straight up broken cursor. Path should be path.relative, but got invalid domain. All right, I'm gonna wrap it at, I'm gonna wrap the stream at 2 a.m. and we'll pick it up tomorrow. That, what's going on with cursor? Let's just open cursor straight up and see what happens, because I feel like what's happened is it's just broken my cursor. My verse project. Let's try a different project, because does that now, yeah, this is now, look, notice how completely different this is. And probably we're going to get our agent working, right? Test. Yeah, that's working. So somehow cursor just really doesn't like verse, which is pretty annoying. Yeah, Snolzy, I'm about to head to bed too. Have a really great night. Yeah, type that before you fixed it. It's not that. Okay. Okay, so that's kind of annoying. It's kind of annoying that cursor just like doesn't work for us. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on with it. But a thing for tomorrow. A problem for tomorrow. Expected definition, but found if. Let's just unwind. Oh, we don't even have history for this anymore. Quite annoying. All right, no, we're just gonna call it. We're gonna call it a night here. This is a good point, guys. We'll pick this up tomorrow. We did a lot of learning. We did a lot of research. The stream tools have held up really well. I'm very excited by that. We had Nacho come through and just distract me with his amazingness for a good hour in there. I think that was really fun. This has been amazing. We even improved our setup significantly. I think we've got this new view now. After stream, I'm going to go and make this cool circle thing work in our chat, by the way. So here's chat. Is it using equals instead of double equals for potion type equals damage? I mean, then wouldn't they put that in there? No, it looks like double equals isn't how you do comparison. It seems like they have this weird thing where question marks are needed in order just to make something a boolean. I would expect to see something like that, but I don't know what the heck is. Lol. I don't know. I also need to figure out how, so if I copy this path, what if I just we could do a close a workspace, file, open folder, could open this folder, see if it doesn't do that weird workspace thing. Probably here now, I imagine we still get we've got our verse stuff connected, which is good. Is it going to evaluate this stuff though? Did it build successfully? It did not. It built with errors. Let's see our exceptions. Is it going to show our exceptions here? It really should. Annoying. All right, so I have to do some work on integrating the environment, guys. I've just been messing about here quickly to try and get like the errors here. Like it builds and it doesn't show an error. So the other thing we could go look at is like this. All right, there's our exception. I just need to integrate the IDE with. We can probably copy that. No, problems for tomorrow, guys. Problems for tomorrow. So let's wrap the stream. There's no vase that set initial heal and stuff. I mean, we copied the code. That's not what it's saying though. That's. Oh, you know what? He's totally right. I think I'm just getting tired. I'm definitely tired. You're totally right. You're totally right. Who made that comment? Crazy. Yeah, you're right, Crazy. It needed this other stuff. But the compilation error didn't say that at all, did it? It really didn't say that at all. So what we're learning is those exceptions. So far, exceptions are pretty unreliable. Built with errors, still has errors. We'll need to go to this console to see those errors, unfortunately. And it still has the same damn exception, so let's go verse, build verse code. Sorry guys, I'm getting tired. I'm forgetting to switch scenes to see what's happening. Means you're a good teacher because I wouldn't have known that before this stream. Good. Yeah, it's totally intentional. Totally intentional. I mean, hold on. I'll close this. That's opening this here. It's still not like. So potion type is there, max health, player health. We also need to declare a bunch of these types for player health, which we didn't have here either. All right, hold up. We are going to need var player health is going to be equal to a probably int. So that's int equals 100. So there's player health now declared. Potion damage amount is going to be another constant. So potion damage amount, which is an int, equals, I don't know, we're going to have to guess what they thought that should be. It's going to be a 10. Max health isn't used in this. Annoying. Min health is another thing which is missing, so min health is going to be 0. 0.0. Do we need semicolons at the end of lines? I guess that seems like they're non-mandatory. What else have we got? Player health. Okay. What if we rebuild that? Still says errors, and it still doesn't really give us a clear expected a definition but found if. It's saying this line is the problem, right? And that seems like the most basic thing. We've got like, this kind of thing should be really clear, right? Is that our exception now? Okay, it's got to be something about the context of where this is being written. So verse isn't as straightforward as we thought it was going to be, I suppose. Let's go down here with all this working code, copy that, and see if that even just compiles, right? So all of that here. Still, even that stuff doesn't work. The question marks, like, yeah, but like, why wouldn't the question marks be in their own code? I haven't seen the Hulk Hogan news, no. Hymn of words, I've been really good. I've been really good today, excuse me, hiccups. We're gonna wrap the stream soon though. I'm so sorry that you came toward the end, Him. It would have been cool to spend some more time. Alright. I mean, let's go have a look at different verse code here. Some of those other verse codes should, in theory, do like verse digest. I mean, we can see some function names. We can see the number of tabs. That might teach us something, potentially. I mean, all right. One tab for the method, one more tab for the code. So no tabs for the method, but I guess this is because it's in a class or something along those lines. Why does if not evaluate? That's super weird. Maybe we got to rewind. I'm going to look back at this tomorrow and be like, what the hell was I thinking? You're doing good, man. Yeah, like Goldie said, that's really good to hear. Though I look tired, I am a bit tired. And it's 2 a.m. now. So that's when I had intended to, that was my cutoff for stream end, latest stream. So what we're going to do is pick this up tomorrow, because that's the nice thing is we don't have to finish anything. We don't have a real hard deadline for this. We're doing a fortnight of Fortnite. Hillfort! Ah, yes. Excellent. He's online. We'll have another quick squiz for who else is here. But that's probably going to be who gets rated, I would say. So let's see. Let's have a look around. So, I'm going to go back to Twitch. And we've got Polar Robin. Who is that? Unity Software? I don't know. I don't know if this is live. 3 minutes live. All right, let's see what else is up here. Ah, she is pretty cool. I think she rated us once even. Should we? Yeah, I think we're rating her. We are, yeah. Yeah, we're rating Perry. We've given Hillfort so many raids. So let's do it. All right, ready guys? We're rating out. Here goes. Thank you for joining me, guys. I really, really appreciate it. It's been a different stream. I'm so thrilled that everybody enjoyed it all the same. You know, it's very, very, very different to be learning along with me, but thank you for joining me for that. I can't wait to do it again. So the plan is a fortnight of Fortnite. So that's going to be awesome. I'll see you guys again sometime real soon. Has the raid started? Has the raid started? No. /raid. There we go. Everybody readying up? Ready up. Here we go. We're jumping across. Let's see. All 33 ready. All right, here we go. It's been huge. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to be doing heaps more of this. I can't wait. I'm really enthusiastic to get way better at this. I can't wait. Like, simple errors are catching us now, but just wait. We're going to really increase the rate of development very, very soon. So, can't wait. Learning a new language. It's been really fun. And improving the stream as we go. So thank you, everyone, for all of your help with that. And I'll see you guys tomorrow.